Talking at 3. Good evening, good afternoon on the lefty coast. Good whatever it is if you're listening to this some other time.
Hello.
Hello number 2 was George. That's the bear. Hello number 1 was me. Dean. That's the yin and the yang. And I guess we have to mark the thing, and maybe not. We'll give a little intro. Today we're talking about the first sentence of the First Amendment, primarily. We have a recent set of court cases up at the Supreme Court of the United States combined, dealing with what we lovingly and colloquially call as the separation. Church, meaning any form of religious, and state. Because that's what makes pieces of America be America. And we think, or, yeah, I guess we do. Primarily, this night is going to be Mr. George giving us some school and some lesson from his perspective about what that means, so we can all have a good listen and see if we learn something. Does that sound fair, George?
I guess. Hopefully, I'll get some input from you too. But I figured we'd start off with reading the First Amendment because that's where there's some confusion at.
Well, that's why,
And
from the part you were talking about the other day, we talked about it the other day on the phone. We talked about it a little bit, I think, yesterday. Maybe 2 times on the phone.
yeah.
Intro over.
Well, let's start
But
off with the First Amendment.
I
Congress
thought
shall make.
I
Go
thought
ahead.
are we sticking to just the first little snippet?
Well, I was going to read the whole First Amendment, and then we could go from there.
Okay. A reading of. Go ahead, sir.
And this is from Constitutional Congress.gov. So, uh, Congress shall make no laws respecting and establishing of religion, or prohibit the free exercise thereof, colon, or abridge the free speech or the press, or of the right of the people to peacefully assemble and petition the government for a redressing of grievances. In here, I think there's some keywords that people keep missing, such as Congress shall not or make no laws. That means no, they can't make any laws. Respect of establishing religion. It has nothing in there whatsoever for separation of state, religion, and state. It's implied there because the Congress cannot make any laws. It means the government cannot support one religion over another in any form. It doesn't mean they can't put the 10 Commandments up on a courthouse grounds, people. Another key thing is abridge the freedom of speech or the press. That means you can print anything. If you make yourself a newspaper, you can print about almost anything you want. Or the right of the people to peacefully, see where, big word, peacefully assemble. That means no burning of people's stuff, no hitting of people, no shooting fireworks at stuff, no trying to hurt other people. Peacefully assembly. As soon as you do that, you're a mob, you're a riot, you're an insurrection. To petition the government for for a redress of grievances. That means you can air your grievances to them. You can tell them what you want to tell them. Does that mean they'll take action? No, but then you can keep protesting. And why is this the First Amendment? Because all 13 colonies, states, under the Articles of Confederacy, said before we sign that thing you call Constitution, which tells you what you can do, we want some rules that says what you can't do. One reason they didn't want the government to establish a religion is all the people that signed this thing came from places where the government and the religion were one. The Catholic Church, the Church of England, and in some case, even the one I follow, which is Lutheranism in the German Free State. There was no Germany at this time in 1787. And because we have this one and 9 more is the reason we have a signed, ratified Constitution. Our lovely state, Dean's in mind, North Carolina, was one of the last states to ratify the Constitution. The next one, I think, was Delaware. Not either. It was either Delaware or New England. I can't remember. You said you had some court cases, Dean?
Well, it's the
Dean?
recent stuff out of Oklahoma.
Okay. Could you cover that? What the case actually is, and we can see how it applies to this document?
Yeah, and how about, can I say a couple of
Yes.
thoughts I have about
Yes. Please.
Dean slash my thoughts on part one? And I guess I never got a response from the email, so I don't know if legal trained brain is going to join us anytime soon. I'd like to have her opine as well.
That would be nice.
The first sentence, I don't care about the rest of it. I thought that the whole discussion today was simply going to be about the separation of church and state, hence the title. That's what we all lovingly call it because one of the founders made much ado about it, and then one of the presidents went on and on and on about it. There's lots of publications. I don't have everything up on screen right now, maybe later. You have to read a lot of pre-founding documents and post-founding documents, particularly the Federalist Papers, and then go study the exact people who put the verbiage and the language into this. Just look at dictionary definitions. Congress shall make no law respecting, just like George said a while ago, meaning that there will not be any official religion of the United States government. But what that also translates into is that they will show no religious institution any kind of respect in the modern way we think of that. No special treatment. You don't get to say, oh, well, we're a religious. And then we have news today that goes to that, and news 2 weeks ago that goes to that. We'll talk about that stuff later. What somebody individually faithfully believes is no business of the Congress, and they can't change your thinking. But regarding the establishment, much argument over using that word because it means a building or to build. It could mean both. So what they're talking about is an organized religious institution or faith-based institution. Congress isn't going to not do laws about them, especially. The other part that gets much argument after the comma, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. You're free to be as religious as you want to be as long as it doesn't violate anybody else's rights, including members of your own religion or faith or organization.
Correct.
Your establishment does not end U.S. or state laws at your doors. You cannot, well, you can do anything. Word mincers. You may not red rum somebody that professes to be of your religious and then use that as some kind of excuse to think that we're not going to put you in a penitentiary.
Or in the strap you down and give you the needle,
Well,
depending on the
that's,
state.
yeah. Best,
For
whatever. You will be punished under law. No, they don't care. And that's more stuff we'll talk about, I guess, later, or I don't know.
well, one of
I thought you were going to take a lot longer, sir.
that's okay. I am. I plan on it. One of these things means that if your religion has special laws and you want the government to exercise the enforcement of those laws, the government can't. Now you can write a bill, submit it, and have that particular law you want the government to enforce. If it passes into law, then they can do it. And the prime example is Sharia law. The government cannot enforce Sharia law. I don't care who you are, where you come from, what your financial status is, they cannot enforce Sharia law. Now, you can impose this rules or law on yourself because the government can't stop you, but the government cannot enforce that law. Well, people say, well, what about the 10 Commandments? Well, the 10 Commandments are a foundation of our common court and tort law. In other words, that the law "thou shalt not kill" or "thou shalt not murder," well, that's kind of already in the book. It's not only common law; it is written down. It's tort. We have that you're not allowed to murder, and that one's argued over and over and over again of what constitutes murder and what degree of murder: first degree, second degree, manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and so forth. At the same time, if you establish a religion, long as it doesn't hurt anybody else's civil rights and liberties, they cannot enforce said law. Prime example is the whole reason, even after Nevada and came into the union, they did not enforce marital laws against the Mormons. They could marry as many people as they wanted to until there was another law that says you couldn't, no one could, regardless of religion, then it became a crime to be a bigamist. Okay. It didn't it might have went against a religious law, but it didn't establish a religious law. It established law. And it was not enforced after it was written. It really wasn't even enforced until strongly until the 70s. And that's when you start hearing of all these fragment groups that were doing it anyhow. So if you think you're going to buy land next to a pig farm and then tell that pig farmer he's not allowed to be a pig farmer anymore because it's against your religion, you're whistling up a tree. Now, how did people go, well, that says Congress. Well, how does that apply to the states? Because the state, all laws are not pertaining to the federal government, would be written by the states. Because I'm going to toss in an extra one I didn't plan on it. Read the 14th Amendment. In 1868, the 14th Amendment was ratified, which pertained all laws pertaining to the federal government. Here applies to state and local governments. Now, the Congress or the government can say, well, we don't recognize your religion, therefore, we're not going to give it tax exemption. Okay? Didn't make any laws that stopped you from practicing that religion. It just said, we're not going to give you tax bennies for it. You know? And the one reason people want to make their religion, regardless of what it is, tax exempt, that means, or a special tax exemption status, is that way the people who tithing means give money and goods of what you produce to the church, become tax deductible, as well as the government can't tax the church. In other words, they can't, oh, you collected $1,000 from your people, and since you're a corporation, we're going to take 15% of that. Well, if you're an established nonprofit or not-for-profit organization / religion, the government says, okay, we're not going to take that money and people can write it off on their income tax. They're not stopping you from practicing your religion, though it might seem like that, unless you are hurting other people. And in our government, in our country, if you want to marry a 10-year-old, we see that as hurting them. Therefore, we're not going to let you do it, regardless of your religion. If your child decides to become a homosexual and it's against your religion, no, you may not kill them. You may not do honor killing. We're going to lock you up or give you the needle. If you don't like the other person's religion because they say that your religion's not that good, they're allowed to do that. You're not allowed to go burn their church or shoot their church up. You're not allowed to go, well, he hurt me. Well, then take them to court. Have them jailed. Sue them. You're not allowed to go kill people in that church. And it seems recently that's a lot of people have been doing that, shooting up churches. That's a no-no. Or, oh, that church hurt me. I feel so hurt because they won't recognize my sexuality and my gender change. So I'm going to go shoot them up. You're wrong. Plain and simple. we call this, for in common language, separation of church and state. That's a colloquialism. It is not an action. But if words are important, you need to realize, no, they can't establish a religion, but they can recognize a religion. They can't make any laws in respect to you practicing your religion, long as you do not hurt somebody. We have too many religions out there, and when I mean out there, I mean out in the great wide world, and they want to come here because we have more freedoms than people have in the rest of the world, as well as people come here to hurt other people's for profit. That's what people trafficking is. That's what people bringing narcotics into this country illegal is. They're profiting off of hurting people. Now, if your religion is taking a hallucinogenic, such as some of our homegrown, very old religions that do peyote to travel to the dream world or to see visions, as a religious ceremony in the confines of their religion, they're allowed to. But they're well established. Just saying, oh, we like smoking pot, so we're going to make a religion. Until the United States recognizes that religion, you're just whistling up a Dixie. Go climb a gum tree. You'll get more out of it. Because the smoking of marijuana in some locations is illegal. Still, under the federal government, it's illegal. It's just been decriminalized. It's not legal. It's been decriminalized. There's a big to-do difference. One goes, it's legal. We don't care what you do. The other one is, well, it's illegal, but we're not going to enforce the law at this time. That's the whole reason the people who sell the stuff cannot put their profits into a bank. And to be honest with you, for a religion establishment such as Lutherans, Presbyterian, Protestant, Baptist, Pentecostal, there's a whole lot of federal forms that they have to go through to be recognized so that they can establish a non-profit or not-for-profit bank account. And what their ministers, preachers, priests get paid is, though it comes from the church, is recognized as personal income. And say, well, I'm a clergy, therefore you can't do anything to tax. Wrong. That's your personal income. That's feed your family here. Now, here's one I'm not sure about because I'm not a tax lawyer. And I think they cannot penalize you and see it as income if the church has a house for you to stay in as the minister. It's just because that property is owned by the church. They're allowing you to stay there. So it is a benefit, but it's not a benefit.
Yeah, the only thing I know about that is you better check carefully. The federal government doesn't really care. They're not worried about it. See the link I put in the YouTube chat, and it'll be in the comment here later about the IRS.
Yeah.
They're very lenient. And there are many people, especially in California, that say that IRS code, because it's not law, it's just how the IRS rolls, is illegal. That's our government, federal government, respecting religion. Go look it up, check it out yourself. They carefully word it. You don't have to file your 501c3, but many, many, many churches do. Because why? Number one, and I mean all religious churches, synagogues, mosques, everybody, because for all the reasons explained on the IRS explanation page, Internal Revenue Services IRS. So all that aside, they're not really worried about it. Many states and states that do not have what we call statewide uniformity absolutely do require everybody to account for. If you gave somebody free rent, then they must report it as income. True story. Fair market value and all that jazz. Many of the states are far more strict and whatever and broke, if you can imagine that, and they will go after any cents that they can get, I mean pennies, that they can get out of anybody.
Yep.
So that's all that silliness is that you, your organized religious, your everything else, sit down with local professionals or whatever, or you can go read the IRS thing. The link is in the YouTube chat. And go find your own. North Carolina has a Department of Revenue. They have lots of helpful documents there, explanations. Just err on the side of caution, because some places, instead of just providing what most people call a patronage or housing or whatever, they just increase the people's payroll by whatever amount it is. And then the people actually, everything gets reported in the taxes and all that for the payroll, which is what's really important to the government. And the local, the state, and the Fed a little bit. Your federal unemployment and your Social Security is a percentage of gross payroll dollars.
The reason this first sentence was done is because people were afraid of religions coming in, taking over a government, and enforcing their religious laws.
Or
Prime example,
biases.
or biases. Prime example being the Catholic Church. Historically, people of the with permission from the Catholic Church would go and invade other countries, territories, lands, and establish a Catholic Church, and use that as the government. See the Middle East during the Crusade. See Africa, South America, Central America, Mexico, and that because of that is also historically speaking one reason we did not ever have a Catholic president until the 1960s with JFK. To my knowledge, he's the first and only Catholic president we have ever had. There have been Catholic congressmen, maybe Catholic senators, but not very many. That's also the reason the church temple that the president goes to is supposed to be a non-denominational service. It's generally, though, a representative of the church that the president belongs to, but it's supposed to be non-denominational. Hi, Elizabeth.
Yep.
We're
The
studying the first part of the First Amendment. Congress shall make no laws in respecting and establishing of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Thereof means what the first sentence, it refers back to the first half of the sentence. In other words, Congress is is prohibited from making laws that go against freedom of exercising of religion. Just a short way of, because this would be a lot longer and a lot more, maybe in some cases clearer, some cases not so clear, if they kept repeating themselves.
yeah, a lot of well-educated people and well experienced with a different type of life experience than we are very luxurious being the posterity who benefited from the big brains that wrote this stuff. They spent a lot of time and effort. And yes, they had silly arguments about comma placement and things like that. But at the end of the day, here we are 250-ish years later,
Still debating it.
really speaking about it. The other part of the First Amendment. Yeah,
You,
it's sort of a repeat, but we just because you, I guess, missed it, Elizabeth. George had just gone over why we don't allow, again, the respecting in federal law or establishment of one over the other or backdoor partnerships. It's kind of, it disallows a negative. Our government cannot tell Muslims or Islamics, oh, we don't allow that here. They can't tell Jews, sorry, you can't be Jewish. Christians, are you the right type of Christian? We only allow Baptists. That cannot happen. Without
now,
exemption, no state could say, well, down at the state level, no, you can't do that at the state level either, or you just walked yourself right out of the union. We'll send troops to protect people's rights.
yeah. Now, prior to 1868, it was the people of the state that stopped that from happening. But the federal government, after the Civil War, said, well, the states can't be relied on not to do certain things, so we're going to impose this, the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, it's in general, and I guess that would go back to another time, some other
Yeah.
stream later.
But then again, as I was
Most
also,
of the amendments we have are because some fool did a thing.
yep. And just because it's written into the Constitution or new bill's been passed tomorrow and it goes into effect the next day, generally takes almost a year for them to go into effect, does not mean it will be enforced immediately. Some of these, like I said, this first part of the First Amendment really didn't start getting enforced until the 1960s and 70s and today. Um, the only time the federal government really jumped into this is when it affected them personally, such as religion. The federal, and until you make it their business, they're not going to say anything. That's just the way our government works. you got to screen. That's the reason we can peacefully protest or establish, get together and peacefully assemble to say, okay, we don't like you, we don't like this religion because they're imposing these rules on us, and we want you to stop them imposing these rules on this because uh, they're making laws.
Hang on. Elizabeth typed in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, that stopped because I started to read it.
When reading the history of the founders, it can be seen why they said no cross of secular and religion. The religions that took over nations, or nations that took over religions, or despots that, I guess there's more coming. Yep. And I can hear all the ghosts of. I'm trying to leave that outside. So many times, having grown up in California, in the
Yes,
liberal city of Liberal Angeles,
yes.
I can hear all those thousands upon thousands of voices wailing out. Then you got to rewrite it because it says creator with a capital C, and it says yada yada and God, and you got to remove all that. No, we don't. You can't erase history.
No,
You
and
don't
I
like
come
it?
from the
Go make an amendment to
you
clarify
come
it for the rest of us.
and I come from the other end of the spectrum, the Bible Belt, where we had blue laws. You weren't allowed to sell anything. In the early days, you couldn't even open a grocery store on Sunday. Then they loosened, cities started loosening that up a little bit, and you could open up a grocery store, but you couldn't sell any alcohol or tobacco on Sunday. Then they loosened it up a little bit more. Now it's you can't sell any alcohol after 2 o'clock on Sunday morning, because they consider that Saturday night, but you can reopen and sell alcohol come noon on Sunday. That's generally after church. Most churches around here, their services are between 11 and noon.
And if that's what the democratic representative republic governments of the individual states come up with, either get it changed in your state, or I guess pack your bags and move away to a state that
And
accommodates you better.
exactly. Another oops that no one bothers because no one reads, and I mean no one, very few of them in history. Occasionally you might find someone who will bother to read the individual state constitution. Most the state constitution will state, in order to run for public office, you must believe in God. Well, technically, that goes right against Congress shall make no laws in respect of establishing religion or prohibiting free exercise thereof.
And it's been asked and answered. Go back to why we have the phrase separation of church and state, and it's again something we borrowed from the mother country, England. Father, for you guys that everything's got to be male. Uh, and then we borrowed a little bit of that language. It says from the guy, I don't remember, building a wall between church and state. The
Yes.
American version, instead of saying building a wall, says separate. Citing Jefferson, the court concluded that the First Amendment has erected a wall between church and state. What does building a wall between church and state mean? The idea of separation ensures the government cannot exercise undue influence over Americans' spiritual and religious lives. That's from the Freedom Forum. Thank you, Freedom Forum. Isn't that a really nice, short, sweet blurb?
I'll be right back.
Yep. And then we get from the Free Speech Center, Wall of Separation. The origin came from Thomas Jefferson, who used the phrase to reflect his understanding. Thomas Jefferson, that's another thing. He said nobody reads it. Nobody remembers that these were all uh, British citizens, Englishmen, that separated and built a wall between them and their king to set us free today to discuss this. The argument is Congress. That is what people do not realize. Most states have a complete oath to the Constitution. So this can be defined as meaning their state cannot breach the separation of church and state. I filled out the app for the press credential. They were behind. They got so swamped, but it is in. Great. Yeah, we discussed right before you got on that if your state voted democratically on a petition in your state or a referendum or whatever you call it in your state, and you democratically voted to even override your own state's legislator, tour, sure, whatever, but then they went along with you too. So you had a people vote and a legislature vote to say, I already picked on the Muslims or Islamics and Jews, so let's go to Buddhists. Buddhism is banned in our state. You may not think Buddha in the whole state. It doesn't matter how you voted, and it doesn't matter how you're whatever. Somebody would complain to the federal government, we hope, and they would remind your state that if you try to enact that and enforce that, we will send troops to get you back into the Union because you just, by action and word, ceded. You can't vote illegal. If you tried, then go petition to just red rum everybody you don't like. Everybody that has more money than me needs to be red rummed and their money must come to me. It's not going to happen.
We have more in chat.
Yeah, so I already read it while you were gone.
Okay.
So that's what the wall means. It's at the Free Speech Center. It's at the Library of Congress. The FBI is helping restore the wall of separation. I mentioned earlier that special treatment, and hey, don't make them grow up and be a business because they want to have a church. Even though the IRS says you do not have to, the IRS says in its next paragraph that most people do because it helps keep the elders or directors or board or whatever you've got high up in your religious institution honest.
Tries to anyhow. I'm gonna put
Everybody cheats everybody. There's always corruption. It doesn't matter.
you
But
said
it's if you go to a religious place of any kind and they're like, just give us your 10%. I just made up that number. And shut up. So if you continue to go there, don't come whining to your government when they stole your money. You gifted them your money. And don't try to write it off your taxes.
Unless they are tax exempt 401
It's a
non
501c3. The
yeah,
link is in the chat. But that's
not
what
for
I'm talking
profit or
about.
non-profit.
Right. The IRS says if you are registered in a business name as a religious institution, the IRS doesn't want you to go out and figure out corporate taxes and $3,500 a year worth of independent auditors and tax filers and stuff like that.
And
And I'm one of those people that says, hold up, that's just a business. If they don't want to do business according to American law, then all the rest of us need to be set free.
exactly.
If they don't like it, then they can just hang out and not write off any donations to their thing. They hang out in each other's garages and living rooms. I don't care.
Hmm?
The only thing tax exempt status gets you, or religious church status gets you, is they don't have to pay and account for what is given to them.
I was also reason I was distinguishing between non-profit and not-for-profit. Not-for-profit means they don't account the money you give them, but you can't deduct the money you give them. Non-profit means they don't have to account, and what money you give them is a tax deduct. This is distinguishing. I've been a member of both types, and I've been sitting at very, very long-winded, boring meetings on establishing not-for-profit and trying to go for non-profit. It's it's not something the average person, I think, wants to sit. The paperwork that you have to fill, the right T's you have to cross, the right I's you got to dot, placement of periods to establish yourself as one or the other.
Yeah, if it's just people hanging out, sharing a belief, and sometimes they give each other money, just make sure everybody knows there's no receipts and you may not write this off your taxes.
Now, I will say this because I don't feel like putting down anybody's religion. There are a lot of organizations out there that are established in the name of religion that are very, very, very good. And there are some that are very, 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 very bad. People do both good and evil in the name of religion.
And government and
Well, for
boss
some people, the government
employer.
is a religion.
Yeah, well, they need to get over it. Man, I should have stole that image. Check that one out. It has all the symbols on the flag. Pretty cool. I did okay.
And
I got the symbols and threw them on a flag.
there have been people who have established religions and somehow have managed to get them recognized by their state and federal government. See, the 60s and 70s and the in California and the Church of Satan. For example, of someone coming up with a concept of a religion and writing it down and getting it organized. I don't know if it's nonprofit or not for profit. I don't really care.
Well, a originally called the Church of Satan. It appears now that it's the Satanic Temple.
Okay.
It's headquartered. It was, of course, founded in San Francisco, California. The famous name, let me find it. Anton Lavey. Very
Different. Let's just call it different.
that's a good word. I was to really thank you, sir. Very something. Very different person. Right now, the high priest out of the headquarters of Poughkeepsie, New York, is Peter H. Gilmore.
And
And
another,
even though I am very agnostic, secular, and cellular, turn left. Not a sponsor, not an endorser in any direction, and I don't think I would.
another prime example has nothing to do with that establishment. Other side of the coin, your tent revival Pentecostals, when you give them money, they are probably not a non-for-profit or a not-for-profit unless they are an established group that has been set down with their and gone through and wrote up their uh, rules of incorporation and so forth and done all this. Uh, they are just someone who's took it upon themselves to erect a tent and invite you in to hear them speak. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying that's how those things crop up. Someone decides that the churches aren't saying what he wants them to say, so I'm going to go do a church revival, a tent revival. Some of them do it for other reasons. We've had people do that for other reasons, other than, just basic collect, fleece people of their money. And we've had those that really, really believed in what they were saying, and but they couldn't get a church of their own, so they decided to do the tent revival. There's been a very famous movie that delves into some of the expect. Trying to remember the name of the movie. Something about the particular minister, and has been redone by Andy Griffin. He wasn't the first one to do it.
I don't know. I'm crawling all over the Church of Satan. They do have their own separated from the temple website. Just trying to find out because it's not listed in their frequently asked questions page. Is this a not for profit or non profit? Or is it just a for profit business? I don't see it. It says just go look at our support page. Well, I don't see your support page. If you guys really wanted it, you'd sure make it easy to find. Hey, support the organization. Let's find out. Oh, you can PayPal, you can this. Donations. Blah, blah, blah. Donation. Please note that donations to us are not tax deductible. Well, leave it up to them to just be honest. Except that that should be in red over all your buttons. Church, house, temple, whatever you are. What else we got? What else we got?
Well, I'm looking for something real quick, and then I'll let you put it in there.
Okay. Well, while you're searching,
Okay, I found it. It is Elmer Gantry, 1960, with Burt Lancaster. It is about a gentleman who swayed a female Pentecostal church revivalist to let him speak. And he spoke, and he was very charismatic when he spoke, but he was taking the money from the church and pocketing it and using it as a way to obtain a lifestyle that he wanted. It is loosely based on several people. She, honest, the character, the female character, honestly believed on what she was saying. He was a flim flam man who saw a way that he could use his talent to get easy money.
I'm gonna say con man.
Con man, flim flam.
Con man taking advantage of
Of,
a. Is it a church?
I would say a naive female who was the head of a tent revival. So it wasn't really a true established church. He was trying to save money to establish a permanent church.
Revivalist.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, Andy Griffin has done that same character, but the name of the book, play, movie, Elmer Gantry.
I got it in the log. I didn't. Let me copy paste this. Come on, mouse. I'm
That's just
blaming
my
my
way of
mouse for
saying
my finger misfiring. Always blame the
people
inanimate object.
people have been known to use religion for good and E.V.A. Stealing people's hard-earned money by swaying them with your tongue, and I don't mean in a sexual manner, I mean speech, is evil. It's stealing.
02 p.m. Eastern.
I consider myself faithful, but not religious. It has nothing to do with the religions themselves. It's generally the hypocrisy of the people that attend the various churches. I do have people I call my priest, minister, because they live what they believe. They don't just preach or minister to you. And that's one of the reasons I distinguish between are you taking a break?
Yeah, if you're ready, and do you want to keep talking? I'll just put George filling in, but got to go 911.
Okay. That's one
Uh,
reason I personally do not practice any one religion. I tried to learn a little bit about everybody's religion to make up my own mind. There are good things and not so good things in most religion. Um, see, Elizabeth says $10 for a sandwich or yes. Do you want to learn to figure it out? Yeah. Um, the only time I might disagree with a religion is when I see something about it that hurts other people, or if they want to force, and emphasize force, all the religious rules and regulations on other people, whether they're members of their church or not. And if I see their rules as to infringement on my civil liberties, basically I tell them hit the streets. I'm not interested, and that covers all of them. I was raised Lutheran. for the early part of my life. I've tried several churches, established religion, but I got tired of the hypocrisy under the house, under the roof, in the house of what Christians call the house of God, the chapel, the temple, the synagogue. I haven't had a lot of experience with the Jewish faith because when I tried to explore that avenue, when I called to find out some information, the local synagogue was very short and not tort, but very short, and thought I was up to no good when I was just asking questions. I was curious. So I said, well, I guess they don't want me in their faith. Does that stop me from learning about? No. As far as Christianity goes, I like to follow the teachings of Christ, not so much the fire and brimstone of the Old Testament. I also like the history of the churches because they all have history. If they were born last week, they have a history somewhat hidden somewhere. Because why did these people form this religion? You know, they had to form it for a reason, and that's part of their history.
Yay, I'm back. Did you catch the chats?
The last one about the $10 for a sandwich. Okay, I believe it
I
is a
get it.
part of the educate.
I believe it is part of education to teach students to have critical thinking skills, to ask, what does this person want? Do I want to give it? If we teach kids to say, no, I do not want to spend $10 for a sandwich, or yes, I do want to, then learn to figure it out.
Correct.
Yeah, we've
My
discussed
thought.
that in previous
Yeah.
streams that, we have an utter failure of education at every level in this country.
Right.
There's
When I
no
was
adults at home.
when I was small and I would ask my father a question, he would explain it to me. As I got older, he would point me in the directions of the reference material he had for me to read and find out for myself. When I told him I had doubt, he said, go read the book of Thomas. For those that don't know, that's where we get the term doubting Thomas from. He was one of the apostles. My grandparents,
Failure of education at home and in public schools.
yeah,
I'm not, I'm
um,
going to take the word public out because I had more do what we say or you'll get the paddle out of
home
private schools.
education. Yeah, okay. Let's put it this way. How about home education and formal, organized education?
Yeah, I just put in schools. At home
Okay.
either way because like just restating something that's very obvious to you. You
Yeah.
had a father who didn't smack you across the face. Go see the Johnny Cash movie for daring to
Yes.
ask him a question.
Now, he did get upset when I made comparisons. He got upset when I compared religion to a philosophy. But no, he never hit me. He got irate and then explained the difference between philosophy and religion. It still was a little confusing, but no.
Especially in your time as teaching at a public school, right?
Yes.
You meet many children who either got nothing, zero, nada at home or the how dare yous.
Yes. And we got those that because I taught at an alternative school, I also had where it was multi-generational criminals.
Yep. Well, they got a. That's not just a failure. That's an epic fail because they learn what they live.
Yeah. And I had those that got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time and looked the wrong way. Uh, and I had those that, yeah, I did it. I'd do it again. Okay. Just don't do it here or you will get in worse trouble. Um, no, my parents and my grandparents would give me the information that, or show me the information that they have, but for me to find out for myself. Because they believe that made a stronger, more independent person. Both my grandmothers would read anything you brought them. They both had ran the Bible cover to cover, the Quran, the Torah. In fact, one even read the Book of Latter-day Saints. They probably both had. One for curiosity, one because the Mormons came by and asked if they could leave the book, and she said yes. And she read it before they came back the next day. Um, I
As a,
envy my
Go ahead.
grandparents of their reading skill.
Yeah.
I have dyslexia, so it's slow for me.
We live in a new world. You can get most books and audio books and stuff
Yes,
taken
and
care of for you.
I have I have read most of it, but listened to all of the Old Testament and New Testament. The Old
Elizabeth
Testament,
said, hang on just a second. Elizabeth said, we form KA and K Junior. I think K stands for kids, with
okay.
psychiatrists and therapists, as well as adult surviving kids of all types of family problems. It works. Our longest research showed that over 30 years down the road, the kids had not gotten into the problems expected for their type of family issues. Our youngest client was 2. His therapist was so grateful she learned the programs for her own use. Yay. And if we only reach just one, that's so here we are doing this thing again. That's the different topics and themes of these shows of ours. WMFI shows, world's most frustrated inarticulates, all of us combined together. Maybe this is what it takes for one person out there in the universe after we get done recording it, or while we're recording it, then we did good.
Yes.
Oh, which reminds me of just one. We got during live stream last night. One more subscription.
Yay! Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Yup. Uh, celebrating one more. We are now at 391 subscribers. Let me go make sure nobody quit on us overnight. As of right now, without refreshing the screen, it still says 391. Thank you, and we are sorry we missed it in real time. Back to the regularly
Scheduled broadcast.
scheduled program. I should spell it British with an MME, but I think that's not so. And because of that, I saw a chat pop up. Welcome, new subscriber. Yep, good. We did good. Every single one matters. But that's a maybe question mark, very question mark for later. We're going to stay on topic. Stay on the
Also, when it comes to this First Amendment, this goes to all federal, state, territory. That means if you think you don't have to abide by it because you live in Puerto Rico, no, you do. You're still part of the United States. You're a U.S. territory.
You're wrong. The
I am, or they
protectorates,
are.
the everything else.
That's right.
Whatever.
Territories, if you're a U.S. territory or protectorate,
And it's used elsewhere and in hot dispute right now elsewhere in America. I'm not running off on a tangent. The thing about the birthright citizen, what's important about that language is subject to the jurisdiction, and here's that word again, thereof. Go study it yourself. If you are subject to the jurisdiction, like he just explained, you got to follow the rules, the laws. Absolutely.
now there are religious laws due to treaties we let people exercise that we don't let our everyday citizens exercise because they're not a member of this birth organization / religion. A prime example is if you're caught with an eagle feather, you're going to jail unless you're a member of one of the Indian tribes that have been recognized by the United States and use that as part of their ceremonies and religion.
Be
Same
careful
thing
what
with
you do on Indian reservation lands or
yeah.
rancherias or reservations or territories or whatever. No matter what they are and no matter which ones have treaty in dispute and all that other stuff, they are all subject to the jurisdiction. I better put that in there. Of includes territories and protectorates. I believe that's what they call them now.
Yeah.
All 50 states and Indian / native / Pomo reservations / rancherias. That covers most of it. I
I
apologize, Indian friends. We may have missed one or two. Stop adding words. Get your Indian Congress together, because that's what they're called, and then invite the Native American Association and all the other independent groups because no one wants to work together. And all you get together, and then maybe we'll start having better luck. Me being a papered member in good standing. The documents that we're a member in good standing of, it doesn't matter what we call ourselves, it's governed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
does that also cover the Samoans in
Oh,
America?
yes. And
Okay.
Guam, subject to the Fed and state laws and constitutions. We utilize this to force the development
What the
corporation to
Bureau?
fix that nightmare parking structure they built without code permits.
I meant the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Are they
Some,
covered under or something else?
I have no idea. Elizabeth says it does. I know because they say, Nate included in the definition of Native America, but in the modern era, in the modern age, everybody being so sensitive, I guess is the correct word to say. And I don't mean to offend by it, it just is what it is. It changed in my lifetime. Because when you look at the language now, it says Native American or native of Hawaii or Pacific Islander. So I'm assuming that, yes, that's all incorporated in the same. And the Bureau, because we don't have bureaus or bureaucracies, ha ha ha, go see what, still not wanting to run off on a tangent, but it happened. This stuff is happening in our real world. Go see all the mess Elon Musk dealing with a bureaucracy starting yesterday and severely today. The Bureau is actually under, I believe it's called the Department, or maybe it is another bureau to have multi-layered bureaus. I'll look it up in just a second.
And
Of
and it
land management.
I thought it fell under the Department of the Interior, or did they move it?
Oh, maybe it used to be under land management. Let's
Uh,
ask which department does the BIA report to? The Department of the Interior. Yep. There is an assistant secretary for Indian Affairs. So everybody who's offended by the words, sue the federal government and get it fixed. So sorry, Chari.
or
It's
the
not.
state government, because this North Carolina has its own state Bureau of Indian Affairs.
And all they're going to do is say, like I said earlier, I would hope that they wouldn't cater to that. You say, okay, well, we'll make a new little subsection under some code somewhere that says the term Indian means, and then list all 700 things that everybody has to keep arguing about.
Exactly.
And then end it with, this, of course, is a non-inclusive list. It's a living document. uh, so let's ask, when did BIA move out of, it might be the Bureau of Land Management.
I think they just changed its name.
It was called the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And then, the National Park Service. They're quoting William E. Wayne in 1948, said BIA sought to work itself out of a job. Oh, imagine that's happening again. Oh my gosh. I can't find it. I think it is called Bureau of Land Management, though. But that might have been incorporated under something else now. AUR Bureau of Land. Or maybe they cooperate because some of what is land management for the federal government is having to deal with land that encroaches in or upon or around the reservations.
And federal parks and federal owned land, which is neither a park nor a reservation.
Yep.
And other federal reservations, such as military installations.
All I know is that 30 plus years ago, involved in trying to do casino development and hospital development with my grandfather, we had Cherokee, an Arizona tribe, Bureau of Land Management. Yeah, they're under the Department of the Interior as well. Direct hires, with DOI business cards. and Bureau of Indian Affairs, and everybody from the United States government and the California government under developing the compacts for casino privilege. It ain't a right, Indians. Get it through your head. It's a privilege. Those were all attorneys. Here's a bunch of us not attorneys trying to discuss with them. The Cherokee and the Arizona tribe didn't send lawyers. They sent smart people.
But like I said, that's what I said. There are certain things that are covered. They are allowed to practice their religion as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. But such as the Navajo are still allowed with certain numbers to hunt eagles because it's a part of their coming of age and religious ceremony. But it was their ability to do that was established in treaty and then law. Even if you are gifted an eagle feather, you're not technically allowed to own it, possess it, carry it. The federal government will come after you. A la see the young lady that got a 10-year sentence for sending a First Lady, Hillary Clinton, a dream catcher made with molted feathers from where she volunteered as a zoo person, and they still arrested her. And these were feathers from molting, which means the bird lost them naturally.
Eagle feathers?
She had eagle feathers in it. She also had other rare birds.
To Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
And in 2000, in the year 2000, in one fell swoop, Peg Bargain turned from an aspiring organic herb farmer into a convicted criminal 5 years ago. This is in the year 2000 from the Chicago Tribune, all because she made a feather-adorned present for Hillary Rodham Clinton. What'd they bust her for? Mail fraud or something? Mailing contraband?
No, for possessing and trading in endangered species feathers.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm gonna get it open, but I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Please don't. I was just saying, I was giving that as an example. There have
Yeah,
been
I had
numerous
never heard of it. I thank you for it.
people who have been arrested because they are not in Indians, Native Americans, that have been gifted by a tribe or person an eagle feather or eagle feather.
Does it
That
have
my father
anything to
had.
do with Indians or just the fact that it is an absolutely super endangered species in America?
Yes,
Yes?
the Indians were exempted, but it was considered an endangered species. Therefore, it's against the law to have it. But there's exemptions for Native Americans, Indians to have those eagle feathers. My father had to turn down a gift from a Navajo Indian chief because it had eagle feathers in it. And that as soon as my father would have taken it off the Indian reservation, this is in 1970, he would have been arrested. Even though it was a present from one clergy to another, Navajo medicine man and chief to my father for his education being a minister and also being a Boy Scout master.
Oh man, there's a whole lot of conditions. But yeah,
Oh,
feathers
yeah.
can't be given to non-Native Americans. Can't be sold or traded. Can only be or can be acquired only through certain means, such as family heirlooms or gifts from other registered member Native Americans. Holy cow.
And that being said, I'm just going to do one little rabbit hole. There have been more of our bald eagles killed and rare birds killed by these windmills than there have been by illegal hunters and legal hunters. Hunters, period.
And road traffic. When I was a truck driver, I think it was in Montana, all of a sudden state troopers came from everywhere and shut down the entire interstate highway because somebody had road killed something,
Yep.
and two eagles landed on the interstate to eat the roadkill,
Yeah.
and somehow the state troopers found out and shut it so that nobody would roadkill an eagle on accident.
And eagle population's at an all-time high right now. I mean, I have no problem protecting species, but there's also a point of common sense. If it's a zoo creature, and a lot of times zoos get eagles that cannot survive on their own, whether it's a broken beak, a missing wing, irreparable wing, all kinds of reasons. If they would and birds molt every year, just like deer lose their horns every year. If it's picked up off the ground after the eagle goes, I don't need it anymore. I'm growing a new one, and you can get let's say a piece of paper that says, from the zoo and stamped and all that, that's where it came from. I see no issue with possessing it. Here's the other issue. What if, and this is a what if, and people have been prosecuted for it, something that came into your family before the law came into effect, but you now still own it, but it's gone from one person to another. See, a son of who inherited his father's business, which was a pawn shop, and it had a lion's fur in it. Everything in that pawn shop was confiscated, and the young man went to jail or was arrested. I don't know if he's still in jail or not. And this is that happened in the news last year,
Yeah.
and it had been in that store for 30 years.
Elizabeth said the only way to gift a feather from a permit person to a not permit person is to get a one-time permit, and it has to be with the feather. Yep. And all that stuff is, man, get your house in order or get your affairs in order. Don't rain crime time on your family by leaving them an inheritance of something that's not taken care of. Take your kids to the lawyers and get all that stuff straightened out before you
Well,
whatever,
I'm
exit
willing to
your
bet
body.
the pawn shop owner didn't even think about it because it had been in his shop for 30 years.
Yeah, we get away with what we get away with till we don't anymore. That's the repeated. Take a
Yeah.
look around you
Well,
in your
some people think,
world and say, if I vanish from here today, what are my survivors going to be faced with?
yeah, another prime example of this law going too far is there's a lot of, and let's face it, you and I both know cops don't keep up with the laws. Uh, if you have a piece of ivory because an ivory is, for the Inuit and Eskimos, another religious thing. That predates the Endangered Animals Act, and it's been in this. Let's say it's 150 years old. It's been in your family for 150 years. You can document it for being 150 years old. The cops are going, oh, it's still illegal. No, it's not. It predates that law, so it's grandfathered in. That's
Yep.
the reason we can still have scrimshaw and other art forms.
Yep. You just can't make new ones.
Or, you can't kill new elephants or new narwhals or new see whatever.
Elizabeth said in California, Oregon, Wyoming, Montana, and Utah, if you pick up any antlers without a tag, you can be arrested, cited, and or fined.
Yeah,
People can call the game wardens and get directions to the nearest licensing and permit place. This again
yep.
goes to First Amendment because your religion cannot just do what it wants. If it has laws such as fishing game or endangered or protected animals or plants, even Alaskans or wherever have to have their special sovereign tags and permits or licenses to have something. Yep.
For all our lovely hunters out there, if you give away antlers because you got so many because you hunt every year, be careful. They have to be marked, qualified by a licensed taxidermist. Otherwise, whoever you gave it to can go to jail.
Well, they can come back
Even
on you.
I remember as a kid, one of my father's friends was very much so an avid hunter, and I was out there helping him do some stuff for my dad, and he had his 4-car garage was like covered. The front of it was covered in stacks and stacks and stacks of deer antlers that he'd been hunting for over 40 plus years, and his sons had been hunting, and they took the antlers as well as you walk around the woods, you can find that kind of things that fall off. I asked him if I could have some, and he gave me a stack. Well, it's now illegal.
Yep.
I used to make knife handles out of it and uh, buttons and stuff of that nature because I was really into buckskinning, mountain man rendezvous, and 18th century reenactment. But I mean, if they're so endangered, why do we sell elk antlers and deer antlers for dog chews? Go
Yep.
look at any pet store.
Elizabeth said not just hunters, even wild sage in many states has to have permit from the state to be allowed to possess it on or off sovereign lands and res property. You can go to Fish and Game for permits or licenses if they have that in your state. And if you're anywhere near a reservation of all of its possible names, boundary, look online. If they don't have resources and information for you online, federal, state, and the tribe or band that you may be encroaching upon their stuff, then pick up your phone and call their numbers and find out. Know first. Ignorance of the law will never grant you forgiveness from the law, is the old lawyer saying that they
Yep.
use incorrectly. It's another one of people don't understand this stuff because in our modern English language, we call ignorance being uninformed or not having any knowledge of or information of.
And
No.
let's face it, our government's
See,
also not great.
see the first two syllables, ignore. It used to be very difficult. Now we have internets. You can find it.
And our government, state and local, aren't great at letting people know when the rules change.
Oh, heck no. That is up to you to every now and then say, how many minutes has it been since I refreshed, especially North Carolina? How many minutes has it been since I refreshed this administrative code page? Because it could have changed since 1 minute ago when you looked at it. Just because they have something for sale does not make it legal. I bought plastic covers for my license plate on my trucks to keep my stickers from being stolen so easily. I got a ticket for it. The cop said, just because you can buy it doesn't make it legal. He did not cite Pep Boys right. You attempted to obscure your license plate from photo recognizing equipment.
I think we've gotten ridiculous with this no tolerance.
Yep.
Because the no tolerance can cause other issues. See Florida, see any of the Everglades all the way up to North Carolina. Alligators are back to being a threat. That's the reason they're starting to allow hunting of said alligators and crocodiles in Florida, in Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, and now North Carolina.
Oh yeah, and see all the problems with the big snakes, mostly pythons in Florida. Hey, any big snake capture hunters, you can make a living in the last 20 years in Florida. Coyote hunters, I don't know if it's still ongoing.
Well, another prime example.
Coyote hunting in NC.
Oh yeah. And those that don't think we have coyotes in North Carolina, we have them in Fayetteville now.
Oh, they're everywhere. That's why in North Carolina, coyotes can be hunted year round on private land, but there are restrictions on public land hunting hours. Oh,
Yes.
and I don't know how long it's been, and it was Royal Cooper himself who issued the executive order and clarification to please shouted them or trap them or do something because they are a scourge upon our state. According to ncwildlife.org, right this minute, it says a coyote hunting or coyote depredation permit is required for the taking of coyotes on private lands in a list of counties. So, coyote hunters, even if you own the land, or shouters, or trappers, go make sure that your NC wildlife rules and your county hasn't gotten cahoots to get you in trouble over something the ding danging governor said, please, help us out.
In fact, I and my wife saw a coyote running across the street over by the mall in Fayetteville.
And remember, we were just talking about North Carolina and North Carolina only. And the NC Wildlife next result synopsis was, and people, make sure you check your local discharging of firearms laws. Don't shoot them out in front of your house with neighbors 35 feet away.
And in fact, certain hunting laws are so restricted in some states, the animals have become a nuisance. See your northern New England states where for the past 20 plus years, there's been a upsurge tick fever off of ticks off of deer. Deer's destroying gardens.
Yep.
The second.
Elizabeth said people who do not like animals should stay in multi-story cities and leave the rest of us alone. We have coyotes, bobcats, mountain lions, a bear or two, bighorn sheep, and both eagles and vultures. This is a nature conservation area, but the cartel people ate many of the wild birds, doves, quail, squirrels, and both hares and rabbits.
Speaking of
Yeah.
vultures, back in 1970, my father saw a roadkill vulture, stopped, plucked the wing feathers off of it, put them in a plastic trash bag, drove, and this was in the desert out in Arizona, drove those things back to North Carolina, and proceeded to make a war lance, a ceremonial war lance, and headdress before it was illegal to take roadkill feathers off of buzzards. And he had horsehair. I mean, he did it up nice with the horsehair off the tip of the feathers, and they now belong to a Boy Scout council in Jacksonville. He before he passed away, he donated those to the Boy Scouts. If he knew the Boy Scouts of today, he probably wouldn't. As you said a couple streams ago, just because you're used to doing it or your daddy did it, don't mean you're allowed to do it
Yep.
or allowed to do it anymore.
Is that what it's called when you're talking about animals and plants, flora and fauna?
Yes,
Okay.
flora is plants, fauna is animal.
30. All of the above and next goes to the second part. Quotes, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And that got on my mind because now we have to define free exercise. It's again, you can go ahead and say, well, free means free. And that makes you a sovereign citizen. Go search that on your internets. Every court at every level, and I just watched another new one today. Please go visit the audit channel. Not an affiliate, whatever. I'm just a huge fan. And you just watch 3 or 4 of those videos and you'll start saying, man, they just repeat a lot of stuff. But look how many videos they have where, yeah, how many times you got to repeat a thing until it gets through somebody's noggin to stop doing a thing. That's how many.
Prime example, if your religion says you're allowed to eat grasshoppers, you're not meat, and you eat grasshoppers, does not mean you're allowed to make a law that says that you can't eat meat, you can only eat grasshoppers.
Free is not unlimited or uninfringed. Free has time, manner, and place restrictions. Here we go. Elizabeth said, Free exercise is what most of this discussion about animal regulations has to deal with. That's why I've made a special note above and next. Something we didn't talk about earlier is the free exercise. It with this kind of definition and clarity. Without the proper permits and licenses, no matter if for religion, which often the state cannot charge for the permit but can require it to be proven. Yep. And it is complicated. You showing up with your stuff you downloaded off the internet, and yes, I'm kind of being ugly to those that call themselves free men or sovereign citizens. If you could find that stuff of yours on your computer, you could find all the problems with that stuff of yours on the internet. And go search that on the internet and watch how many of you spent a lot of time in jail over it. Free has time, manner, and place restrictions.
And it's not just
Free
foreign.
also has other people's safety and rights restrictions. Your freedom cannot encroach upon anybody else's safety or rights. We saw what happened to four foreign religions who came to the USA with marriage for a 12-year-old with consent of parents was okay. The old guys went to prison with for life child. It's on the screen. M.
Molesting sex offense. Oh.
You're not allowed to say those things on the internet anymore, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and I hate to say it, it's not just foreign religions. Back in the 90s, I believe it was, there was not to give them their, I'll give the devil the credit. 2020 did an expose on a group out of South Carolina who would hold these parades, let's say, or pageants of girls from 10 to 13. And the old men there were picking out their new brides, or the family were picking up brides for their sons, generally over 20.
Yep. Elizabeth said many religious are now in prison and their children taken away for the spare the rod, spoil the child beliefs of their religion. Yeah,
Well, that's because they couldn't distinguish between spanking, hitting. But then again, a lot of Karens can't tell the difference between spanking and hitting either.
yeah, that's one of those. I don't know what they have anymore, but even when I went for the first time in fourth and fifth grade to a Catholic school, to get in the school at all, you had to sign over your corporal punishment waiver.
Well, when I was in school, there was no waiver. You got the paddle.
Remember,
The only
we're talking
time,
about California.
yeah, I'm talking about North Carolina. Uh, but when I hit junior high school level, and I happened to be I got in trouble for fighting. I happened to be wearing a T-shirt that said, "If it's physical, it's therapy." Principal and uh, assistant principal threatened me with living up to it and spanking me with a paddle till I knew better. And I just looked him dead in the eye and says, "Well, if you do, you better call and get permission first. I'm not giving it."
And get that language out of your mouth, sir. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Get them to sign a written waiver.
Well, at the time, yeah, exactly. But at the time, I said you better call and get verification first. And what if we don't? You won't be owning a house in the morning
Well,
because knowing my father, he'd own it.
yep. Anyway, I left that Catholic school after fifth grade and went to learn in the true gladiator academies of America. They still exist, the public schools in LA County. How to be truly physically violent. So when I went back in eighth grade, even though the state had absolutely stomped their foot on, you know what? You're not going to beat people's children, especially you nasty old priests. You stay away from children's bums. The Monsignor tried to dig that old "we made your mammy sign this 4 years ago or 5 years ago" thing out of a file cabinet and say he was going to paddle me. And I said,
And you
"Or
were
you're gonna D word trying.
you
You're
were in
not gonna
eighth
hit
grade.
me with nothing." Yes.
You were in eighth grade. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh, I hate to say it, if you took me at eighth grade and you at eighth grade, there would be a vast size difference. Um, I'm willing to bet
Yeah, but
because in
that
eighth
that
grade,
means nothing to people who use physical violence to control.
yes, I get that. I'm just saying with the
Mm.
attitude I was raised with and the attitude they would have tried that on me, and they would have ambulances and cops would have been called.
Oh, he would have had to. They wouldn't have had to call an ambulance.
Well, that's what carries the corpses away.
Oh, they could have just sent a hearse. True Gladiator Academies, love it. Is exactly what they still are in those areas. And those are all listed in realty company listings as top level housing and schools. Of course they are. Fabulous. They're wonderful. See, the marketing materials, the salespersons and marketers wouldn't fib to you, would they? Get you signed to that mortgage for $9 million for your 1,200 square foot house.
And because of what we said earlier with this first statement, uh, of establishing a religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof, as soon as a religious body hurts, and I do mean hurts, not owie, that hurt, I'm crying, boo hoo, boo hoo, but physically does damage to a child in the name of religion, in the name of punishment in a religious church, I think the feds and state should immediately march in and not only take all the children, close the buildings, lock the doors, uh, and revoke their special privileges that they have and have to fill them out all over again and prove that the crime they were committing is no longer being committed. Give me a second.
Yeah. And I'll just answer that with my opinion on it is that's why I guess it's good, depending on the day, that me and George ain't in charge of it. And we have these committees and panels and congresses that think they're parliaments or the other way around, state legislators, county commissioners, because I don't believe in group punishment. So what? One bad priest means we have to kick all of the Catholics out of America and punish them all collectively?
Only if
No.
you're saying no, I'm saying only if they decide to hide said bad priests, nuns, or clergy or church people. If you allow, because that's you knowingly harboring a fugitive.
Yeah, and destroying evidence or witness tampering, or I agree, conduct a thorough, serious investigation, especially if they're hurting children, and hit them with the whole did know or should have known.
That's the reason I think the United States should have immediately sanctioned Vatican City, which is its own city state country, and kicked their diplomats, their cardinals, out. You broke the law. You decided to harbor them, even though they did not have political or was it, immunity prosecution. Therefore, you do not respect our sovereignty. So we're not going to respect your sovereignty.
Yeah, we don't
And
like
that
your
goes for
business.
and that for me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if they're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever. If you do those crimes, you need to suffer the consequences.
Yes.
These people who have taken their it was a big thing or well established documented thing in the 80s and 90s, taking your children, your female children, to foreign countries to be operated on so that they no longer can feel sexual pleasure. That's child molestation. As soon as you cross that border back again, you fall under our laws. I don't care if it did happen to in a different country. You took them outside the country to commit a crime. They are U.S. citizens. They're born in this. So you illegally trafficked your child to whisked them away to a foreign country, or your family member, because it wasn't always done by the parents. Sometimes it was done by an uncle, aunt, a religious leader. Now, as an adult, they decide to have that done for religious reason. That's their business.
Yep. And that's just more of the complications. Two people, two legal adults, otherwise unencumbered in their freedom, right?
Correct.
Agree that they are what we call married, life partners, contractual, forever monogamous spousers, whatever we're going to call it. And in part of their agreement, one party says, well, I'm the head of this household, and the other one says, I'm the subservient follower of this household, and grant you express written permission for the same corporal punishment. If I don't do the dishes right, you can beat me thoroughly with a blunt object, only about the legs and buttocks. It doesn't matter what kind of agreement you just made in your secular religion of legal contracts. One person harming another is against the law. Go take your contract and sit it in front of a criminal attorney's face and say, could we get charged for this? You better ask first. If you're going to do the hanky-panky stuff, and your religion is hanky-panky, like S&M and B&Ds, whatever, you better make sure that it is just playfully.
And
Simulation. Because if
as for
someone shows up 3 days later having been whipped a little bit and they got a infection and now they're in a coma, do you think their entire family is going to understand your non-written, non-verbal Well, we were just consenting adults. So you conspired to break the laws of the states, the counties, the cities, and the federal government. Doesn't make you any less criminal.
There's a new thing going on with, I think, called polymer something. Basically, they have sort of,
Polyamory.
yes,
I can have
couple.
52 wives.
Right. Not legally. You can say, okay, this is my wife, my contract wife, as in you went to a church, you got a marriage certificate. As soon as you got another marriage certificate, you just broke the law. Now, if you just say she's my wife and she says he's my husband, that's verbal.
Yeah, that's
So in this
great.
state,
It has no force of law.
right, except for in this state. Polyamory at this time will not exist in North Carolina. Excuse me a second. Due to the fact, if you say it and there's a witness to it, or it's recorded in any way, and you repeat that same thing, it's a verbal contract.
Which are binding
If
in the state of North Carolina.
so, if you do that in this state, just giving y'all fair warning, you can be arrested for bigamy, even though North Carolina does not recognize common law marriages.
Well, and it is, you truly know what you is you're talking about. Polyamory is whatever you want to do. 50 of you want to get together and cohabitate and domicile together. Just make sure that wherever you're living
It's
is
not against the law.
right. It meets all the code requirements for that many occupants. And you do whatever the heck you want to. But you ain't going down to the county courthouse and get husband and wife papers on each other.
Correct. Now, that also being said, please check your state laws for cohabitation, because there are still states out there and law enforcement will use it against you against cohabitation. There are cohabitation laws. So, wherever you are, make sure you've read the state statute, because if all of a sudden Bulldog Law Dog decides he doesn't like you, he doesn't like the way you looked at him, and he finds out you do this, and it's against the state law, you're going to jail, because why? He can arrest you for said crime. Not because it's right, not because it's wrong, because he can.
Yep.
And several states, especially those in the Bible Belt, have cohabitation laws. They're just not enforced very often. Generally, the only time in this state you start seeing cohabitation laws enforced is in divorce or civil cases.
Yeah, it's another one. North Carolina has, and it's another one that's been highly disputed, and our local courts still uphold it. Nobody's had the money or wherewithal to take it out to federal court. At least last I checked, and I know somebody who got burned down and lost everything they could ever own for ever. NC, alienation of affection. In North Carolina, alienation of affection is a claim that a person's spouse was wrongfully deprived of their love, companionship, and comfort. It is also known as a homewrecker law, and we still have it.
And in civil cases, it's still enforced.
Ooh, heck yeah, it is only a civil something law. There's no criminal element to it. As far as I know, I don't know. I'm trying to find the actual statute and look it up on North Carolina law, but there it is. If you don't like it, just get divorced. Don't cheat on your spouse. You'd be in trouble. And hey, everybody, get honest with each other. Home wrecker. This goes against the other party. I call it a car keying statute.
And to prove
Because mainly the silliness of it is that, they always want to never blame, oh, but if it hadn't been for the other one, the harlot, the whatever, the gigolo, the outsider out of the marriage, my spouse would have never. The temptation was just too strong, so they punish. How do you know that that person wasn't lied to by your lying, cheating spouse? Never mind that. They should have known. Not knowing the law does not forgive them from it.
and they don't have to catch you in the position. All they have to do is show opportunity, affection, and an area which it could have happened.
Elizabeth said, I love the home wrecker law. We do not have it here in California. If somebody could afford, she said, I wrote the mandatory premarital settlement agreement before a couple can get a marriage license. It was the best of my law project programs. The lawyers even liked it because they got paid. Yep. And again, I don't care what your thoughts are. If you won't go see what's called a premarital guidance person or counselor of any kind, then you're one of those ones. There are many ounces of prevention out there in our world. The pound of cure could hurt. Everybody that might hold hands or more, bat your eyes at who might be a legally married person. Make them sign to you in writing before you holdy handies or go out to lunch or whatever it is you're going to do. A written contract that they understand under penalty of perjury of law that they are free and unencumbered and not involved in any kind of companionship, comfort, or marriage relationship in this state.
Or any impropriety. Because I can tell you from cases I've worked as an investigator, all I had to do was prove they had affection for each other. It could be a kiss on the cheek, holding hands, a hug, whatever. And then opportunity, as in they spent an hour or more, a half hour in the same building with no other persons present. Or they
Not
spent the
even
night
the
in the.
appearance of impropriety.
Yes, because the lawyers will have your huevos. Cojones.
Yeah, go look at your little thing. Man, I own half of my car and I own 3% of equity in my house. Well, until somebody sues you for it in North Carolina. This is truly crazy.
Just like
Moi. But that does not just because without law respecting an establishment of religion, then you would say, well, secularly, I am free. Religiously to do these things. Okay. Just because the law doesn't positively, how could we possibly have laws to positively grant you every permission available to humans?
the
Yes,
problem with that,
the
Elizabeth,
laws are there to say do not or may not. They're not there to say, oh, you may.
the problem with that Elizabeth, is since there'd be multiple witnesses, you'd have to prove that they had the opportunity to be indiscreet. Just watching someone dance topless or nude, because we do have nude dance clubs in North Carolina. They don't serve alcohol though. Um,
Problem is that
they don't have.
the
They might have the They might show but you don't have opportunity. You have to have opportunity to the impropriety.
no, they did not. They went there to earn tips for whatever reason, just like a waitress
Yeah,
or waiter. We have the male review clubs here. Chippendales, is that what they're called?
yeah. That's a traveling show. I don't think there's any strict. Use the wrong word. Strict male review club.
Oh, there's several. The
Well,
housewives go and partake, and they always go try to get my lovely to go with them, and she's like, I got one hairy, sweaty dude. You know, I'm not going to give money to a different one. No, she just doesn't believe in houses of ill repute. And
well,
anyway, the dancers, let's say, are not exchanging only in whatever those list of words were, comfort and affection and the other things that a spouse is entitled to.
right.
They're dancing on a stage for money. If if somebody touches them,
A
they're gonna
big hairy
get
bouncer is going to bounce
what's
them out
known
the
as
door.
bounced. Yeah. The filing of the lawsuit is going to get settlement after settlement, and lap dancers, etc., work for the company. I would not sue the workers, the corporations. Now,
They're
the
protected
the
too,
courts will not even begin to hear those cases.
because the judges probably go to the same clubs. But
Now, yes, that's because that's where you find the lawyers and the judges. But
uh,
yes, the truth of it is, but if you send your private investigator and find out that an arrangement was made inside the establishment and the two of them went down the same alley afterwards without being able to positively show that they worked together, hey, dancers and everybody else, don't let some guy from the club walk you to your car. Do
no,
not. And they don't anyway.
no, they don't.
The bouncers escort
Yes,
men and
we
women
did
dancers to their vehicles.
for a period of time. That was a job I had. It was a bouncer at a topless joint.
So
You do
anyway,
whatever it takes to pay for your school books.
I purposely brought that up because I knew she'd like that.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, hoe
So yes,
houses,
that is
cat
all
houses,
the free exercise there of prostitution is illegal as a son of a gun in North Carolina.
yes, but it also you can then sue them. You can have them arrested and sue them.
Yeah, the criminal charge, even if they get acquitted of it or the DA dismisses of it, the fact there's a criminal charge weighs heavily in that civil court case. So we'll holler your way, Elizabeth, if some of that gets on our radar. You can bring some California silk suits because they don't want to sue a dancer or prostitute. And everybody, all the lawyers know there ain't no money in that. But
Now,
proving collusion, conspiracy, neglecting their duty to manage and supervise, or worse, pimping,
ooh,
they could go after the companies for that. Then it'll
yeah,
be the
but
lawyers' dance club. Now we
well,
own
that
it. We don't have to pay our cover charge at the door. This is why I got AAAs and passed the first half of the bar before getting sick. I know how to read the law and just get the money, and I know gangsters. Yeah. The next thing I think you'd find out is that somehow they're private contractors to the North Carolina governor and governor's mansion, and they're all immune from. Just kidding, North Carolina. I'm just kidding. I can still have fun and talk about the law.
Well, out near the Harnett County, Cumberland County line, there used to be some trailer park that were owned and operated by our sheriff when they got marked off limit by the military. The military still went out there, but got marked off. Then he was looking at state charges and federal charges for operating an illegal business because the trailer park was not a residential trailer park as he claimed. It was a bordello
Yeah.
park.
Always beware your revenue. And the old guys around here, they still call any kind of cop a revenuer.
Yes.
Any kind. It's another language thing you'll have to learn if you move down south, especially central eastern North Carolina. They don't call them revenue agents. They don't call them whatever. They're revenuers.
Yes.
Everybody, including agents of the Department of Revenue who are not officially. Some of them are. North Carolina has some, but most of them are just bean counter investigator number smashers. And go see the
Uh,
fine movie we talked about a while back or several times ago. The Untouchables. See Al Capone.
my grandfather, for a couple of years of his life, was a revenuer, and he knew by sight all the bootleggers, and they all knew him. But they had an agreement. If he found the still, he destroyed the still. If he doesn't find it, he can't destroy it. And they knew he never carried.
A
That's
while
one reason.
back, we were having the wind down of our last local newspapers. And I mean, it's been a while. Late 90s.
Yeah,
And a little tiny, I don't even know how. It's another shrinking place. All the industry went overseas.
yeah,
Irwin, NC. Population. Irwin lives on many of the creeks. Yeah, 4,700. And they bloat their own. They're claiming it's growing. It is not. They're telling stories. Little towns have to have some pride in themselves, and the mayor's probably one of the real estate owners, so their marketing goes towards we're a growing. If we would just get double, we could charter as a city. But anyway, late 90s, their last ever Irwin's local newspaper, they published in it a lot of the very, very old headlines. And one was from, I don't remember when, but it was a retrospective where they went and talked to all the farmers. Yeah, yeah, the farmers. And they all found out that a lot of people had heard it through the years and decades, and grandma would tell a story. So they finally got it verified in like the 1960s or something, and it was a big headline on the paper that if the local law enforcers found out that the feds or the state was coming to bust the bootleggers, the local Irwin newspaper would run in their like weather status update. Bring in your laundry. It looks like it's gonna rain, and that was the code word for
I
You
don't
know,
doubt it.
turn
This
down
is
the
going.
stills and get the bottles hidden. That was the secret keyword in Irwin, North Carolina, and the town government. Everybody knew about it because bootlegging is all they had. They had the mill that was for legit jobs, but everything else, all of North Carolina was tobacco and alcohol.
Well, as of late as 2008, and I'm telling this story because the person who I'm talking about is no longer living. Was he ran a hotel of sorts, as well as sold bootleg liquor, and all the law enforcement, that's state, local, and I don't know about feds, but state and local, sheriff, police department, highway patrol, the judges, the high judge of the county, all of them knew who he was because they were all customers of his. Because he had the best peach brandy, pure white lightning, dudes. Let me tell you, uh, around, and he had that stuff in cases stacked up by the front door of the his house slash office because it was the hotel. He had rooms and cabins for sale. Now he wouldn't sell to you unless he knew you, but he had it. You could anybody could walk in and see it plain sight. It's not illegal to own, possess, or drink. It's just illegal to sell. He finally got caught and he got put on probation. I don't know if that stopped him or not, but everybody knew. And then when I mean everybody, I mean everybody. Would they say anything? No, but everybody knew. And over in your county, Dean, there's a farmer that grows sweet potatoes, and every year, apparently the ATF portion, the alcohol portion of the ATF, tried to catch this farmer selling illegal moonshine because he takes the sweet potatoes that won't sell to the grocery stores, mashes them up, turns them into uh, alcohol to run in his tractors. He says, "No, I'll give you a jar, but I ain't selling you nothing."
Oh my gosh. Law enforcers. Free exercise. You cannot freely exercise your deity given right to the firewater.
No.
We have laws, rules, ordinances, all kinds of stuff that says, oh no.
Well, they've gotten so ridiculous with some of these laws that churches have even gone versus giving you a little equivalent less than a mouthful of wine. It's now grape juice in
Yeah,
communion,
or I forget what they call it when they,
converting wine
it,
into the blood of Christ.
yeah, or I mean, no, I mean when
Contributing to the delinquency of
the
a
wine
minor.
manufacturers make special wines for that, where it was wine and then they somehow evaporate the alcohol out of it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, a lot of churches get either that special non-alcoholic um, wine, or they just use grape juice, red grape juice.
Elizabeth said, what is the connection between those old religious fear and the real law to have liquor restrictions in secular law? I'm gonna have to reread
Uh,
that. Or anyway, I gotta take a break because I gotta take a leak.
okay. Put
Are you
bubbles
guys
up.
gonna keep talking?
Put bubbles up.
All right. We'll get it when we get back, Elizabeth. There's her. There's text. We shall be right back. Almost back. Almost there. Just trying to make noise so that it doesn't stay dead air too long. Give me another second. Let me mute you for a second. Mute me. I had to make a sort of loud noise, so I didn't want it to go into the microphone. Time is 02, 28, 30, back. Chat. Catch up. And if somebody knows how to copy paste the text of a copy the current address, zoom in, zoom out, which doesn't work, inspect, go to
If I
channel, pin the message, remove. I got to figure out how to copy paste.
I do not know if I'm understanding her question correctly.
I don't
When
either,
it,
so I'm gonna type it in the screen. What is the connection between those old religious FUROR and real law to have Q?
I think I believe it has to do with contributing to delinquency of a minor due to the fact in most religions you have your first communion at 10 or 11 and you are giving alcohol to a minor. I got to admit, when I was growing up, if your parents gave knew that you were getting a beer, or alcoholic drink, it was not illegal. And generally, if you're in a church and you're getting communion, your parents know because they're there, because it's a proud moment. To We don't care if the parents allow it or not. If it's out in the open in public, we're going to arrest somebody.
Yep.
It's one of those to try and stop a few, we're going to punish everybody. Is the only way I know to. Just like, frogs croaking the name of a beer is going to make young people drink. No, it's not. They find it amusing. The only thing that's going to make a young person drink is they taste it and like it. Or peer pressure. Peer pressure will do it a lot faster than any Joe Camel, Croaking Frog, Budman, who we talked about in an earlier stream. I mean, I love Budman, hate beer.
When you said
You
something
better,
about the children,
yes,
don't do it out in the open, were you talking about religious ceremonies?
yes, communion, and or a family party.
Religious, religious ceremony or family and then equals family.
I mean, hell,
I
when I
had
was a kid, if you got punished by one of the neighbors slash neighborhood mamas, you got it again when you got home because now you got your parents got notified that, oh, someone had to curve your behavior. My curving your behavior wasn't enough, so you're gonna get it twice.
your beer or ale, but the children better not leave the home, even in the front yard. The tale I was going to tell is that some friends of mine, parents, were from one from Germany, one from Austria, and they escaped nastyism. The real version of that. And assimilating into our society. Of course, when the kids got old enough and had friends over, and they were all sitting down to a family meal, because they were old fashioned that way. Even in the 1980s, they sat down together at a meal table and had meals. No one ate off their knees in front of a TV screen. And so one of the children was shocked and told their parents, oh, they offered me beer. So the parents, of course, called the cops and child protective services and everything else. And they got visited and inspected and interviewed the children in isolation and all this other stuff. And left them written notice in California in Los Angeles County. It's all right to let your kids have their little sips or whatever. The kids didn't even split half of a low alcohol beer. But if they leave the house, even out in the front yard, and something happens to them and they get tested, there is a 0.0 BAC or blood alcohol content for
Yeah.
minors. You will get charged with felony, contributing to delinquency, and child abuse.
Um, Elizabeth says Jewish ceremony that do not have al- alcohol for all.
Hang
Catch
on,
that
we
reference.
missed one above that.
Oh, okay.
If there is a separation between state and religion, There can be no laws based on some religious not liking alcohol use, but most states have limitations. And I do not know any Catholic or Jewish ceremony that do not have alcohol for all. Secular law has age restrictions for purchasing or supplying of alcohol, but some states have no purchase on Sunday, right? Or different rules, but the rules apply equally. And I had typed up in the thing, my thought about it is, as long as religion was not mentioned in the bill slash law, or the bill that became law, or the legislative document that became state law, then it meets the definition of secular. It doesn't
Correct.
matter if they
Did it
truly
because
believed that for their deity, we must do this into law. If they don't admit it in the law, then it's still secular. It's a careful crafting of how it
legal
goes, I
eagle,
guess. Yes,
legal eagle spotting. Well, if we say it this way, it'll get overturned. If we say it this way, it can't get overturned.
right. If we say the 11th commandment is thou shalt not drink beer. Now, we're not going to, the courts, everybody would fight that. But if you say, I just really think it's good for the protection of society on the whole. The more legal limitations we put on the consumption and of alcohol means less drunks out in public for safety. And then they all say, you worded that carefully. Good job.
Look at all your public intoxication laws. It's for the
Uh-huh.
public safety.
Yeah, it's that everything. What is it Ben Franklin? No, I don't know who it was. Somebody said, one of the famouses, and heck, it might be a heck of a lot more. It might have been Ronald Reagan. I don't know. I know it wasn't Joe Biden.
If you give up your rights for the sake of safety, you deserve none.
Yes.
Benjamin Franklin. And I paraphrase.
Rights for safety. Uh, According to the famous quote by Benjamin Franklin, you deserve neither liberty nor safety. If you give
Correct.
up your rights for safety, I want to see the whole quote. I don't want an AI overview that's incorrect. Here it is. Benjamin Franklin once said, in hard quotes, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. See that? Well said, sir. Well said.
Yes.
I don't
He was a
need
man beyond his time.
I don't need AI to rephrase you.
No.
Benjamin Franklin once said, let me make sure I quote the source NPR. Only because it was the first one in the list. The very next one down is someone else, private. Then there's Goodreads. Then there's Reddit. Let me just Hoover Institution.
He was an avid writer of common sense.
And he was a very, well, I call myself a frustrated inarticulate. He was an extremely articulate,
Individual.
yes, in philosophy, the philosophies, democracy versus republic, because he's the one who said something about a republic, right? Should you choose to keep her?
Yeah.
Hmm? He didn't say democracy. He said republic.
Well, he also put in that we don't want a democracy. Democracy is mob rule.
Right. I concur, sir. Good job, Ben. Did that come before or after the key and the lightning? That's another old wives' tale. It didn't happen.
Well, he did fly a kite. He did put a key on it. He did get a little electrocuted, but it wasn't. He did not discover electricity. He was proving a theory that was written long before he was born
I
because he
don't
was
know.
curious. He did not experience.
And see, these are all good. I'm still having fun with this. I can't believe we've been
And
this long. We've been talking 2 hours and 40 minutes about our courts and our laws and everything else and our electeds, and I'm not angry yet. I've done good. We've done
I mean,
great.
um, there are a lot of things, statements, beliefs that religions have I do not agree with. That's the reason I don't support them. But at the same t
All the audio cut out at the same what?
no, I stopped because Elizabeth's message popped up and it caught my eye.
Benjamin
Yeah,
Franklin had less than 4 years of formal education, yet he was filled with knowledge, skill, and self-esteem.
he was a very avid reader and worked in a print shop as a printer's apprentice.
You know, and people lived different once upon a time.
Oh yeah, and
If
there wasn't a lot of formal education. They had private tutors. You might only have education 1 through 4, if that. A lot of religious education, such your Sunday schools and so forth. Uh, that's the reason it's so surprising that the percentage of educated people prior to the 1900 and the well established of public schools. I mean, the one house schoolhouse you see like on Little House on the Prairie, that was community based. The community paid for that teacher. The community, that little town, it wasn't paid for by the state. There was no tax money established. Everybody agreed that they're going to collect their what little bit they have, and this little schoolhouse is going to be open to everybody. Sometimes they were paid for by big ranchers who didn't want stupid people working for them. Uh, but the level of literacy was higher, much higher than it is now with all the federal and state money that gets poured into public education. Part of it is the way they educate. Part of it is the parents see it as a babysitting service and don't care about education. There's a lot of factors.
yeah,
Some of it is you're going to pay me so little, I'm not going to be a teacher. That's the reason I consider a true teacher is more of a calling than a profession. Because as a teacher, you have to put up with a lot of fecal matter.
get ready for Karen. You're gonna get ready to meet 20 Karens a day because all the problems with their child are your fault,
Yep.
and they want to speak to your manager. Goofiness. We live in goofy times. Let's because we are discussing the separation. No, SCOTUS blog.
Well, part of the problem when I say teacher's fault is some teachers are bullied and are easily bullied by parents and students.
Yep.
Sometimes they're bullied by administration. Sometimes they're bullied by government. I mean, if you're not allowed to fail a student, that means that student has no responsibility to do the work because he's going to pass anyhow.
Mm,
And the administration
sort
thinks
of repeat of no education. Or I shouldn't say no. Failures. Is that what we decided? Failures in education. Yes, that's
public
correct.
education.
All of it. We're just leaving it at all. They're not
Okay.
getting it at home, especially the ones whose parents have the audacity to be talking about this little monster brat don't know nothing and it's all your fault to the teachers.
Yeah.
Oh no, we know whose fault it is. Parent.
That being said, I have known quite a few what we now refer to as self-educated who are probably as smart, if not smarter, than well-educated people, a la see college professor.
Yes. We've discussed that previously.
But anyhow, back to
As time moves on, if we're like done with this Supreme Court cases consolidated, and we catch the chat. These are the reasons I had my own school and taught at private schools, public schools only on assigned research projects where it was my say, not the district. This needs to be changed back. Yep. Except once those people have control and power, they are not likely to relinquish it.
see states that have strong teacher unions.
Yep. To religion, change back to religion. Schools need to give a good overview of all religions in the student and parent body of their school. Yep. Except
Well,
somebody would be offended and ban and say the government cannot respect the establishment thereof of any, so it must be nullified. Which is
something
what
that's recently
goes
hit
to
the
these
news.
cases. What hit the news? Go
And
ahead, George.
I would say another prime example is in news, recent as in the past couple of years, whereas students of Muslim faith have been given a classroom, an empty classroom to go do their daily prayers in, but yet if a Christian student wishes to say a prayer over his lunch meal or first thing in the morning, they get punished
I would say
or
that's
say, no,
bad
no, you can't
school
do that.
administration.
It is, but it where does the administration get it? It gets it from the powers above them, so forth and so on. If you're going to give special dispensation to one religion, according to the Constitution, you better give it to all of them,
Yeah, it's
especially in a public government building. And
yes.
public schools are government buildings.
Unions used to be the workers, not paid outsiders. Yeah, it's. Oh wait, hang on. I missed one. Somebody types fast.
Yes,
One of these
faster than I do.
discussions we need to discuss unions. We do not have any anymore. We instead have the British labor and elite ownership, whatever bureaucrats the USA has had infected on our unions. Unions used to be the workers, not paid outsiders. Yeah, but go. I don't mean yeah, but okay. Yes,
The
but don't
unions,
don't get
a lot of
whitey
the
too quick. Remember, the largest, biggest, super duper mafia infested union in America that still exists to this day, all cleaned up now and they fixed themselves.
Teamsters,
Yep. And
I don't know
where?
if they fixed themselves or got sneaky.
Oh no, they're too legit to quit, man.
The
They're all cleaned up. You can go see the movie Casino. They converted to legitimate businesses and Big cities.
The worst union I've seen that has done the most harm to the public are teacher unions. Not in this state because they have no power, but in other states, when you see kids out of school more than they are in school because the teachers are on strike all the time, or it seems like all the time, uh, those teachers are doing more harm than good. Um, and that's one reason those schools are failing. It seems it seems, I'm not saying it is, it seems at times that these unions have almost become another religion.
However, Elizabeth said, however, look at them. They voted against their leadership. That Danny DeVito movie about Hoffa was very heavy duty. Didn't that have Jack Nicholson also?
I don't think it
Yes.
did. It did?
I think it was called Hoffa. I don't know.
Yeah, the movie Hoffa. It was. I know it had
It
not
was
Danny DeVito.
directed by Danny DeVito with
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson. Okay, he wrote and he starred in it. He directed it and acted in it. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
Yes, exactly. Oh man,
I
George, go check it out. That's an old one, 1982.
Yes, but I must use the yes, but I'm not really into shows about criminals unless there's nothing else on the boob tube when I get around to watching.
I don't blame you. There's a lot of those, it says whatever, especially since we've been talking about stuff lately. Like if I go to my YouTube homepage, I get all kinds of, let's see what they got recommended for me. Exposing dishonest hacks. There's always something about Donald Trump. He's the president. Used to be Joe Biden all the time. The crush. See, here's underage girl smuttery that I'm not interested in. And no, it's the crush isn't about underage girls. It's about, whatever. The police song. See, and here we go with the all this stuff. Oh, look at Supergirl woman. Scantily clad. Why do you suppose that is now on my YouTube home screen?
Because we talked about it.
We sure did talk about it long and hard yesterday. And YouTube AI, very good algorithm, very good AI. We did
I
talk
don't get
about
the
it a lot
kangaroo,
with the girls with the midriff exposed. Hey, at least she's got high rise red computer generated pants on, right? I can't believe it's not showing me a bunch of movies. As soon as I get it off the screen and we're off live stream, it'll be all the this movie, that movie. Well, yeah, it's especially the ones I've seen. It shows me Casino all the time. Let's see, is Hoffa available? Buy or rent. Hoffa. Oh, it's 1992, not 82. I thought I was saying, man, was it that long ago? I just misread it. Yeah, but anyway, I try to watch the giggly goofies, and then I just go back and watch reruns of Hell's Kitchen, Gordon Ramsay show. Sooner or later, he's gonna say it's raw, and then he's gonna say you donkey.
well, just every time someone says Hell's Kitchen, my brain goes back to old black and white movies when they're talking about a section of New York. I was born in Hell's Kitchen section
Elizabeth
of New
said,
York.
yeah. Elizabeth said, oh, Hoffa was not the criminal, he was for the workers. That's why he got vanished, but he did crime to be for the workers. Just because someone else is doing crime and you're not a cop doesn't mean you get to balance the playing field. Oh, New says we will have our guac and beer for football day. Oh, I forgot. Today is the Super Bowl, isn't it? Happy Super Bowl day, everybody. Both Mexico and Canada dealt out for a 30-day deal to prove they are stopping fentanyl. Yep. Everybody got all of a sudden, whatever we got to do, let's not have a tariff war. Good job. Today is Super Bowl day, isn't it?
No, the 9th.
The 9th, I've been informed.
Oh. Well, she must be talking about Monday Night Football then. Next Sunday. I jumped the gun. I forgot. Her roommate is a serious football dude. I am not serious sports people. I apologize to anybody who came here looking for sports discussions. I don't know anything about it.
I know very little.
Back on to the first part of the first. Ready?
Yep.
We had a good interlude. That's a fresh air. First part of the first. And how this all ties together. Secular meets the definition. Let me just read a little bit of it. I'm not going to read this whole, man, these people can write. They're writers. Supreme Court will weigh in on effort to found nation's first religious charter school. Thank you for SCOTUS blog. They are not related to the government. It's .com, not .gov. And nope, they're not a sponsor, and I don't otherwise. Thank you, Amy Howe, or however you pronounce it, HOWE, for giving them permission to reuse yours. It says down in the bottom somewhere. Amy Howe, blah, 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 came from somewhere else. The Supreme Court on Friday afternoon added 3 more cases, 2 of which will be argued together. It's the 2 that are being argued together that we're going to talk about. The third one, I don't know if it applies or not. To its docket for the 2024-2025 term. In an unsigned order, the justices agreed to review a ruling by the Oklahoma Supreme Court that rejected an effort by a Catholic online school to become the nation's first religious charter school. And what that means is that the state is going to pay for a religious thing to, and that's the big no-no, right?
Yep.
I say no on charter schools. The districts need to have equal education and do something. Even if it is students in cages or jail if they cannot behave. But no on public funds for private or religious schools.
Well, on that note, when it comes to education, I think we should go with school vouchers. That way the parents can determine what school they want to send their kids to. And that voucher will cover, in some cases, a small portion of the tuition to a religious school, if that's what the parents want. And basically what and what a voucher would be like sort of in a weird kind of way, a tax rebate, because where do school funds come from? But for most states, is property tax. So everybody who owns property pays them.
Which is sort of how it is alleged supposed to work now.
Right. Where also, if you're a federal employee, the federal government pays a amount of money for that student's education, which goes to the school, supposedly to cover tuition, as in for government employees / military that go to school overseas and have to go to a private school, especially if the base does not have a school.
I had to pay for my guys to go to religious school to be safe. The schools were those gladiator old pals, yeah, academies Dean talks about. I had to
Yes.
pay tax, as did my sister, but we
Yep.
both paid for private schools. Public schools
Yep.
need to be monitored weekly for safety and educational excellence by Fed or no funds at all.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I agree. If we're going to have bureaucracies, sit all those adults that are supposed to be doing whatever in chairs in classrooms. Stop having separate buildings for government employees. If
Yep.
they had to sit in those hallways and classrooms where I had to go to school, that school would be made safe.
Well, I'm going to say probably a lot of the problems for those what you call the gladiator schools or gladiatorial schools is they're overpopulated. Every so many years, some professor gets a grant on how to better educate our kids, and it comes back with the same findings every time. And I'm talking about starting from the 1970s when I first heard about them as a kid, getting ready to start school, was smaller classrooms, more teachers, more school buildings. Stick with neighborhood. Don't bus them all the way across the state or county. Try and get them to go to not private, but the local school, so they have friends. If they're bullies, you can make exceptions. But smaller classrooms. What do we never, ever, 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 ever get? Smaller classrooms, because as soon as the more money comes in, the powers at the top want to use it for their pet projects, not what it's intended for. Oh, I need to save money so I can get reelected, so I can show that I'm seeing. So what I'm going to do, and I'm making reference to the 2008 or 2007 state congressional dealings in North Carolina where they upped the maximum class size. And I said, okay, they upped it from 15 to 17 for the maximum class size. Supposedly any more than that, for every 5 over that, you're supposed to get a teacher's assistant. I said, fine, I'll take the 17, but I want my teacher's assistants, because at the time I had 31. And we're talking 31 kids that have been put out to the standard school for behavioral problems.
Yep.
The schools in which they came from are even more overcrowded. So it's a matter of being lazy at the top and wanting the money for something else, whether it's to line their pockets, go to Hawaii for a council meeting or seminar or whatever. The other thing that needs to end is publish or perish, which is in the college level. If you can't publish a paper, we're going to get rid of you due to you haven't published anything. Well, you might know that subject inside and out. You're just not a researcher, but you're a great educator. Hold on a second.
All right, and then I'll read the chat. My sisters had to pay for their kids to go off base schools when they did not have them. It keeps us all keeping schools equal if no special treatment for a few. The myths of overpopulation or whatever not true. Laziness on the part of most teachers upheld by the so-called unions. Busing was a failure, but the kids back and no to bullies. In LA we taught with 40 one way, the others say 40 and 4 teachers and assistants. You are right, never got an extra chair out of more Fed money. Yeah, it's
Well, I'll give you a prime example under No Child Left Behind. You had to meet these quotas, and the teachers would get, if your students made a certain grade, the teachers would get a bonus. Not a big bonus, but a bonus. The year our school qualified to get the bonus, 2 weeks prior to them mailing out supposedly to mail out the checks, they upped the score so that the schools that had been struggling or the students had been struggling, those teachers didn't get the bonus. We didn't get our own school building. We had to share a school building. So the mornings were given to the middle school, alternative middle school, and the high school got it in the afternoons, evening. This county looked at hiring a private firm out of Florida to run the alternative school, thinking, oh, if we hire a private company, they'll do better than what we have. The private company requested a budget of $2 million plus their own school building, and we all went, well, give us $1 million. We'll take half that in our own school building, and we will do it because we could do it. I mean, when teachers are having to buy pencils out of their own pocket for their students and paper, and I don't mean, because I was an art teacher. I had my first year teaching, my brother and my aunt helped supply the art supplies for my classroom because there was none. And I got there halfway through the year, the first year, so I had no art budget. And every year after that, my art budget shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank. You know, an art class running 3 to 4 art classes a year per semester, so above a budget of $150, and I'm supposed to teach level 1 through 4 in art, is next to impossible. And that was my sole art budget. And the one time I got an actual physical art budget where I could order art supplies, $150. And I went, you do realize I spent, going as a college student for art or for school, I get 4 times what you're trying to give me for a full year for one semester. And it's just, it's not we're not spending enough money. The money's not getting to the classroom.
yep.
And I will not blame my principal because he did what he could do with what he had at hand and what the county would give him. The budget for per classroom was made first. The first tier up would be the county, then the state, then the Fed. To the point, there were schools that would keep even troubled kids in school until those federal letters went out and came back so that they would get the funding, and then they would expel those students and we would have them. But yet now we're supposed to take care of them on a reduced budget because we don't get their federal money because that's also where I think we should have the money follow the child, not the school. If that kid's out of school for so many days, well, that his $10,000 a year, not counting his taxes and even what the county, should be withheld from that school because they're not making sure that kid's in school. Just like, parents who allow their kids to stay out X amount of days without without a doctor's note in South Carolina are being fined by the courts. It shouldn't get to that. It really shouldn't. Just like a lot of these places are making it harder for homeschooling. And on average, percentage wise, homeschoolers have a higher education level than public school. I'll be right back.
Okay. And Elizabeth said corruption in California, we found out it was often at the top levels. They kept the money at the end of the year, returned it, but not the float, which in California was often billions of dollars. Yep.
Yes. That's the reason I said, school vouchers. So the parent knows the parent of that county, state, municipality, whatever, knows that they have this much per year to spend on their school, on their student. Do we want to homeschool them? Do we want to send them to a private school? And at least in Cumberland County, Fayetteville, there are a number of private schools. I don't like most of them, but there are a number of them. Or send them up to the military academy, which North Carolina does have a private military academy, or to a religious school. Long as the child is getting educated and meeting the education level required. Some students need extra help in certain areas. They're not dumb. They might be dyslexic. They might have a learning disability. They might have other special needs. But no two-child. That's one reason I like Cumberland County. Cumberland County is what's called a school of choice. And it really only affects high schoolers for the most part, but it should go for all of them. If there's a school that you feel that your student can get a better education from, you can send them to that school. The only one that they have to be test for is the early college program. They got to meet a certain education level to go to the early care where they go 2 year, they go to high school and college at the same time and get college credit. A lot of them graduate high school with a equivalent to associates.
And it's sort of like the school I went to was a 5-year program, and you got out with a high school diploma and an AA or an AS and real world work experience.
Yeah, we need to bring back occupational education. We did away with it in this state. We had some great programs for brick masons, electricians, mechanics, builders, real work experience. Hell, you got to a certain level, you could actually go to work. You went to school for your basics, like before lunch. After lunch, you went to a real job and you got paid as well as got school credit. We need to bring those back. And I always say, how many hairdressers does one county need? We got 4, I think it's 2 or 3, maybe 4 high schools that offer a beautician's education. How many beauticians a year do we need to graduate?
Many.
And that's not counting the beauticians in the associate's level or private beautician school.
Cosmetology.
Okay,
I think they still have
cosmetology.
both. I think. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, how many do we need? We need more plumbers, electricians, builders, brick masons, mechanics, bookkeepers. I mean, you don't need a college degree to be a bookkeeper. Some education, yes, but you don't need a 4-year degree. Just like I don't think the criminal justice department in high schools go far enough. Even for that 1 year or one semester they can take criminal justice, it does not go far enough.
What?
It's like what they used to call PE, an easy A class. I've read their text. Because I'll put the students that passed my art class against any first year college art student as far as the written knowledge anywhere from any college, because my students knew it, because I hammered it in, but I gave them also, I bent over backwards to give them an opportunity to pass, but it wasn't an easy A. And it shouldn't be an easy A. Nothing should be an easy A. They're doing away with the AP classes because, they're racist. No, they're tough. AP is for accelerated program. Not everybody can do it. But we don't need to do away with them. Just like when teaching a child to read, I think we need, for first through third grade, we need to concentrate more on phonics and rules of reading than we do on, rote memory. Though rote memory is a good foundation, but phonics is a form of rote memory so that they can work out words even if they've never heard them before. I know this because I did not get that form of reading education. My dyslexia was not even slightly diagnosed till I was in junior high. And anybody that reads my writing can see it when I put a G for a P or a Q. Flip my letters around backwards. Or accidentally read numbers, put them out of order. Now math, for whatever reason, I tend to see the numbers correctly. We've done all this research on education, but we don't use it. Anyhow, when it comes to, I do not think going by established no laws shall respecting established religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof. I don't know. See, to me, there's a fine line between a charter school and a standard public school, and a charter school. What they're trying to do is a charter religious school. Well, then they need to open it up to everybody, even those not of their religion, and not charge a tuition. If it's a tuition free to the students, I would side for them, but I bet they charge a tuition. This court case would be a good one to read the minutes from it.
Well, this went all the way through 3 levels of Oklahoma court.
Correct.
And it's the first case is the Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board, which is a government entity.
Yes.
The second case is the school itself.
Yes.
And who Drummond is the Attorney General of Oklahoma.
Okay.
The statewide charter school board, and you have to go read Oklahoma law. In Oklahoma, a charter school is a completely state funded private school. And yes, they have to say or agree in writing that they're open to everybody. For the state to fund it. And it's kind of a tough case because of course I'll guarantee you dig a little harder and you're going to find out that this particular school has people that are somehow connected nepotistically or nepotisms to the government that's willing to fund converting an online school to a
Uh-huh.
real school. And they use his background. I went and clicked and read all of this, and then to the appellate level, and then to the district level in the state.
Yeah.
The the Saint Isidore people, the school, and
Yeah.
the charter school board came up with this because there's just absolutely no public schools in the county that they're operating in.
Okay.
They're they're dealing with 60 and more students per class. Nobody in administration. The teachers have all left. So they had to come up there. This is a uh, invention of crisis or emergency.
Yeah.
And of course, so the state put out things. Hey, would anybody start a school or run a school in this place? And these people said, sure, pay us. And
So
this
they just went.
one state entity said, sounds good to us. Sign a contract and start putting butts in seats. And the attorney general said, no, no, no. Oh, no. Stop. Injunctioned them. And the state, a different state entity, the attorney general, took it through 3 levels and fought the appeals and fought at the Oklahoma Supreme Court and won. That you may not use state, which is federally reimbursed money,
Yeah.
to use public money for the establishment of a religious institution.
My question is, this school that's run by the Catholic Church, do they teach religion inside the school? One. Two, is it open to everybody, regardless of financial standing? Three, if there are no other schools available, what is the alternative? Is that alternative reasonable? That's what I said, a school voucher, so the parents can decide. Um, I think North Carolina has a different definition of a charter school. Not sure. My nephews did go to a charter school in Carteret County for a period of time when they during elementary uh, school. They went from homeschooling to charter school, and then when the oldest one, when he went to the high school, there was so overcrowded, they decided to just we'll just get the books and stuff like that and do homeschooling again.
Yeah, and that's another discussion. Maybe we can have it because that goes to just plain education.
Yes,
But in this
but
particular case, both sides are arguing both sides of the comma in the
yeah,
first sentence of the First Amendment.
right,
So the state of Oklahoma has won in 3 courts
yeah.
because uh, the
It
state constitution and the establishment clause of the U.S. Constitution prohibit the state from using public money for the
okay,
establishment of a religious institution. St. Isidore's educational philosophy is to establish and operate. They don't have a school now. It's an online school, fee-based
okay.
or whatever. They are going to establish the school as a Catholic school.
In that case, in my opinion only, and judges, that's what they give is their opinion. In my opinion, the state disqualified it. I'm not the state. The school disqualified itself because it is a religious institution, and
Right.
there it means
And the
they're going
Attorney
to,
General and 3 levels of court in Oklahoma agree with you, sir.
which also means they're probably going to educate people, their students, and with some force, their belief system. If they took their belief system totally out of it and it was just sponsored by the Catholic Church and was called Saint Whatever's, but it was a secular school. They taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, not religion or not Catholicism. Then I would say, yes, they need the money. The way around both those arguments, in my opinion, as I said earlier, school voucher. So that they can establish a tuition and they charge everybody the same tuition, regardless of they're of the Catholic faith or not. Then the parents can say, okay, I want my student to go here versus the next county over. So I'm going to give them my voucher for the money that goes to my kid. That puts it back into the parents' hand.
Yeah, and
The state is
if a private Catholic school rewarded by voucher still wants to charge more, that's all right. We'll take your voucher, but bring $1,200 more on top of it.
right. That's
That's for
up
the
to
the parent to decide, and your
yes. That
kid is going to have to get baptized and confirmed and all that other stuff.
whatever. I do know, at least in this area, I know of Onslow County, New Hanover County, and Cumberland County, the Catholic schools take non-Catholic. I know this. My mother wanted to send me to Catholic school when I became of school age, and my dad said no, with a capital N-O. That's the whole reason I didn't start off in Catholic. The reason my mother wanted me to go to Catholic school is because the reading program in the Catholic school was far superior to the one in the public school. But that's where parents have to agree on how they want to educate their children.
Yep. And so anyhow, there the Isidore corporation company, whatever it's called, their counterclaim is that they are being unconstitutionally punished I added the word for the free exercise of religion by disqualifying the religious from government aid. And of course,
Right.
all the courts shot it down because here
Yeah.
their lawyers are trying to slip a word in there.
Yep.
They're
Which
not.
lawyers
They're
do.
not. You're looking. Well, and they failed 3 times. I don't know why the Supreme Court agreed to hear it, other than why not?
I think it could be to nip other law cases that might be down the pike or they've heard of.
Right. Just look, here we go. This is the first one, and
Someone's got
let
to be.
us make it the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God, we can see this as an issue. Let's nip it in the bud now.
Yep. So anyhow, it's to me, it's the same thing. That good words, lawyer, I guess, but how many times do you have to fail at it?
Well, it is sponsored by the Catholic Church, and their pockets are pretty deep to pay for lawyers. And a lawyer is going to do it till they're no longer getting paid, or
Right.
they've exhausted all their elements.
Well, good for them.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just calling this a green dog a green dog.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, um, and if I had their sheepskin and was able to do it, and I was doing it for money, yeah, I do the same thing they're doing. Take it as far as I can. Rank up those billing hours.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell we're jaded old people.
Well,
We see it for what it is.
it is. I mean, the lawyers, anybody that studied law, and I know they had to have a constitutional law class. Hell, I had to have a couple of them. To the point, my criminal justice degree is almost classified as a pre-law. It's clear. I mean, there's no room for debate. What and what? But what they could do is freely assemble, peacefully assemble, to petition their government for grievances and change it from charter class to school vouchers. Let's make school vouchers. So, hell, if someone needs to build a school, a charter school, we can have a charter school built in this county that has no schools. But on the other hand, of your forms of education, online schooling for non-lived adults is difficult. For college, high school students and younger, it's near on the impossible because you can't ask questions when you need to ask questions. The directions aren't always clear and precise. And watching someone do it on the TV is too easy for your attention to go somewhere else. They
COVID taught
don't
us a
work.
lot of valuable lessons about the blended and blah 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 and hybridized and online and whatever.
A strictly online education, unless you are a well-disciplined adult,
It's
are
not going to happen.
very difficult.
Yeah.
And that's when you're only doing 1 or 2 classes online. That's the reason during COVID, all our kids got left so far behind is because online does not work. It's a good tool to help with the education, but it is not the end all to be all. We don't have little plugs in the back of our head where we can plug the computer into the back of our head and it's downloaded. Some students are hands on. They have to have someone be there and go, no, that's wrong. Try it this way. And a teacher through the computer cannot look over the student's shoulder or easily see where the mistakes are being created. There are some classes that are next to impossible to teach online.
Yep.
You can teach some of the skills online, but not all of them. I do not want to go to a mechanic who's never held a wrench and just took all his classes online.
Yeah, I don't want to go to one who went and sat but in a classroom and read out of a book and never touched a wrench either. There's got to
Yeah,
be some
exactly.
practical application.
Right. That's what we need to get to the old school form of education where
Trade
we had
schools.
trade. Well, not just trade classes. I went to a standard high school, but we had trade classes. We had mechanic class. We had a building class that did household wiring, and they had little mock-up buildings that they had, frames that they had out in the class where the students would have to go inspect, check, wire. The teachers would come back behind them and test their circuits and everything. A
Yep.
wrench turner needs to have a wrench in his hand, not see a picture on a page. You can see a picture on a page or a moving picture if you've held a wrench and know a little bit of what you're doing and say, oh, okay, that's where that goes. And then go do it. But you have to have some level of skill in that, because look at all the YouTube videos on auto mechanics. But it's talking to people that have some idea what a flathead screwdriver is, what a Phillips head screwdriver is, what a fuse is, and know how to turn said screwdriver. Those ones that they used to be able to watch all the time on gun repair and gun cleaning, pew pew cleaning. They were meant for people that had some idea on how to disassemble a basic weapon, and this is how you disassemble the specific weapon, and how you clean the specific weapon. This is where the grease needs to go. But it's meant for people that have some concept.
And I do take notes, sir. And I hope you do. I can't correct you for saying that the way I'd like to. Real
Why?
world. Because weapon is an allowed word, but G word isn't an allowed word. So there we go. It's a good thing you have
Firearm.
old training and habits.
Firearm. I know I need to get away from weapon, but
Yeah, but
then
that's
again,
why
I'm
I
a
brought it up, is because it's better for you to say that here in
firearm.
this environment than to say the other one. Oh, what a confusing world we live in.
Yeah,
Thanks, world. And we
I'm
know
just,
we're in a private school, YouTube. We know you own it. You can be as confusing as you want to be. But we're trying.
I was taught that all firearms are weapons
They are.
or can be used as weapons.
They are.
But then again, I was also
But
educated
all
my pencil
weapons are not.
firearms. Yeah, I was
Right.
getting ready to say my pencil's is a weapon. My elbow is a weapon. My knee is a weapon. My forehead is a weapon.
And when I'm in
My
zombie
knowledge,
mode, it's my freaking teeth.
my knowledge is a weapon or can be weaponized.
The greatest weapon you will ever own is right between your ears, and it was there your whole life. Who knew? It's a paraphrasing, I think is the correct way to say bastardization of
Yeah,
somebody else's famous saying. I was paraphrasing.
just like I've always been taught, making a movie reference. This is my rifle. This is my gun. This one's for killing. This one's for fun.
Elizabeth said, "Can we ask YouTube to clarify how the new executive order is being interpreted by YouTube so creators and hosts are able to understand what is going on?" Um,
Which executive
let's
order?
let's finish up I know which one she's talking about. And also the unwritten ones, like the ones that got Mark Zuckerberg on bended knee, bowing before Zod. Too big to fail? Hardly.
We've beat the first sentence to death.
Well, we're going to have to stick a pin in the executive order.
I would like to move on to if you think we're able to.
We're finished.
Move on
Let's finish up
Okay.
on the vouchers thing because I still have an idea on that, and I do want yours and Elizabeth's opinion. Just here we go, informal, except that maybe one of you has a political connection. Send them a link. Say, hey, listen to this whole thing, or send them a link after we're done and the comments up and say, go check out where it says below vouchers at 3:33 and 00. You just got to click the timestamp.
Well, one of the reason I say vouchers, because if you decide to homeschool your child, your money should not go to someone else's child. It should go to your child. So if you spend that money that the government has allotted you by property tax or federal employment,
That's where I was
it should
heading. You're about to
it
answer the question before I even asked it.
should go to that go to that student so that the family can buy school supplies, education supplies, educational trip. When I mean education, it only pays for the student. It doesn't pay for the teacher because the teacher is paid for because it's a parent. Or functions such as a baseball game, because there are homeschool baseball leagues in certain counties. Because one of the things that students need, and they sometimes get out of school, maybe not for the better, is let me look for the right word. They get to know people. They get to know how to behave around people. Social interaction. That's for social interaction. Other than just family/church, depending on where you're located. Just like if we're going to make, I'm just tossing this out there, the Amish or Mennonites pay property tax, and we know what the property tax is supposed to go for, which is education, then they should get some of that money back, the educational portion, to help buy school books for their children. That being said, at least in this state, homeschoolers have to pay for their students to take a test. They have to buy the test from the state. They have to pass that test. So there is a standard. I'm just saying from my experience in both at the college level and talking to some youngsters, the homeschoolers, because they get one-on-one attention with teacher because it's either mommy or daddy, tend to have a higher level of comprehension of the education, such they tend to be better readers. They tend to be better at least the basic math, maybe not the advanced math, but definitely the basic, and in some cases, advanced math. Just like I think homeschoolers, families should be able to get together with other families that are hand school and go, okay, I'm real good at this, but I'm not so good at this. Can you help me with this? Whatever this subject is, whether it's math, history, whatever. And then that way that when they do decide to take a class, take a test, they can take the test, and then they get certified you have graduated high school. Just like when they're talking about doing away with the SAT and SAT or ACT, SAT, the other one.
Oh, I have too many silly standardized testers.
Yeah, the one for college
Yep.
entrance. If
I
you
think it's
don't want,
ACT.
well,
Or
there's yeah, ACT and SAT. If you don't want to bother with those, you know the easiest way around those people? Go to a community college, get your associate's degree. There's your SAT or ACT. If
yep.
you want to go on to a 4-year university, it's also cheaper on the state if you do it that way. It's also cheaper on your pocketbook if you do it that way. You get the same level of education on the 2-year basics and maybe a little extra on the side, such as if you want to take up gunsmithing or drafting or um, learn some auto mechanics. The community college, at least in North Carolina, tends to be a little better for that. You actually become in my opinion, a more well-rounded student, and then go on to your 4-year university.
The thought I have on vouchers, and in case you didn't hear it, Elizabeth, what your thoughts on vouchers other than what George said? My thought is if the parent or educator puts in the time and puts in the hours, then they should be able to keep whatever portion of the money. But what they're going to
Yeah,
have to do as part of their the educator understanding is that you got to pay payroll or Schedule C, which is payroll,
yeah,
self-employment tax,
yeah.
because the amount of money is allotted to include all of the above.
But as a parent, if you want to spend all that money strictly on that child and that child's education, and that's where you can, as you would put it, document where every little penny went, because that's part of what the schools are supposed to do. Document their budget and what they spent it on. Oh God, the number of times I've had to write a budget. Um, then okay, that means you're a volunteer.
No, I'm saying they can get paid to do it out of the
Oh yeah,
voucher.
I'm just saying if they don't want to get paid, they want to spend all that money on their kid education, such as if you happen to live in a, let's say, California. There are a lot of museums in California. History, there's a lot of historical sites, you know, that minivan you drive takes up gas. That station wagon you drive takes up gas. All right? I had to drive so many miles, take Jimmy, Johnny, and Gene to see the Gene Archery Cowboy Museum. Well, there's history there. Or the uh, Los Angeles or San Diego Zoo. All right, there's not, that's a science class. I mean, just in this state alone, and we're nowhere near as big as California. Hell, when it comes to population, we're not as big as LA.
Not even
But
close.
there's a lot of history, historical sites, museums, natural museums, art museums, um, zoo. We have zoos as well as one big zoo, Ashboro. Uh, multiple stars. My brain's starting to fail. Where you go look at the stars. Uh,
Astronomy.
astrology domes. I mean, hell, there's one at the university here in
I think
Fayetteville that
it's
you can go to.
astronomy.
Astronomy.
Yeah, astrology is fortune telling.
Yeah, astrology. There's a natural in Gastonia. There's a natural rock and mineral museum. there's very all kinds of battle sites and other historical sites. There's uh, a couple of aquariums. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are educational, but due to the limited time that schools have your student and the limited funds, the way because they also have to pay for lots and lots of bureaucracy, that a homeschooler would have a better advantage.
Yep.
And if they want to take up football, baseball, soccer, or whatever, there are rooms for that. Just like now, there's a fencing academy that has opened up past couple of years in Fayetteville. It's exercise, that's PE. And I think even homeschoolers should cover the full gambit: PE, science, history, math, reading, writing, and document everything. My brother and sister in law, they document everything. Every time they went to a historical site, they wrote it up, and the kids had to write a report on it to, to show that they were doing things for history or social studies or whatever that family trip could cover. And I think we would get better educated or all around educated people, citizens. If you want them to learn Spanish, okay. There's programs. Teachers can teach. People can learn Spanish, Italian, French, German. I mean, all kinds of things. And if you have to ask a neighbor to help you, nothing wrong with that. And you can use some of that budget to pay the neighbor to teach a foreign language or music class. You're not trying to establish yourself you're hiring a tutor.
Yeah. And just make
And
sure that if you pay them over the required amounts, see, this is what would be good for. That's why I called it educating the educator. You'll learn real quick. And the state that would be issuing these vouchers, because they're still fighting it. Everybody's just fighting it, fighting it, fighting
yeah,
it.
they want the
But
money.
if the state starts developing voucher programs, the state must provide, guidance
Yeah,
to homeschool parents slash educators
yeah.
that
Of what?
if you pay anybody any of this money and want to write it out of your voucher explanations, you better get their name, address, and social security number and send them a 1099 at the end of the year.
Yeah, as well as their qualifications to teach said subject.
Yeah, all the above. Set of
I mean,
standards all the way around
yeah, a
for the
good I
administration of your homeschool down to the, I don't know, did you follow nutritional guidelines and standards? Ha, ha, ha.
they probably get fed better than they would at school.
I don't know, the limited experience I have, because I don't associate a lot with um, not well self-motivated parents.
Yeah,
Uh, The ones I know of that I think of firsthand, that nobody got a better education than those kids.
exactly. Because generally, if a parent's going to take time to educate their own children, other than the and I think every parent should educate their children, regardless whether they are homeschooled or going to public school or private school. Um, because there's things you can learn from your parents you can't learn from anybody else because you refuse to. I think it should be an option, is what I'm saying. And
Well,
if it is an option, then the parents need to get the voucher or the money. And as you said, if they're going to spend the time and they can document they spent so many hours classroom time teaching their student, then they should need to get a pay, whatever the base pay is for a teacher, an entry level teacher.
well, I guess that's up to, I think they just end up stuck with a Schedule C
Yeah.
because the vouchers
But I'm just saying
would
for the
have to
vouchers,
be balanced out against what does it cost an average public school student, da da da, and all that money's supposed to be whacked up, 30 to a classroom.
what I'm saying is on average, and these are old numbers, 2008 numbers or an older. Federal employee student, in other words, one or more parent works for the federal government. The federal government would pay on average over $10,000 a year per student. So if daddy works for the VA hospital or is a US Marshal or whatever, and he has 6 kids, so that's $60,000 to educate those 6 kids, and mama decides, well, I'm going to take my college degree and versus going to an official job, I'm going to stay home and educate my children, and we're going to take that $60,000 and not just well educate my children, I'm going to collect a little pay as well.
Right.
More power to them.
Yep.
If I'm going to take that $60,000 and send my kids to Fayetteville Academy, well, that $10,000 pays for one semester because the school's $10,000 a semester. Last time I had someone go there, I knew if someone goes there, and if his wife wasn't also working as a nurse, they couldn't afford it. He was making E7 pay, and at that time it was $10,000 a year. But there again, they elected to take their voucher to pay off part of the tuition, and they decided to pay extra tuition because they want them to go to Fayetteville Academy, which is a Christian school. It's not the only one. It's just they hear Fayetteville Academy and they think it's a secular private school. It's
It is not.
and if people with qualifications decide I don't like the way the school system works, I'm gonna start my own private school, and they can raise the money to do so, go for it. I guarantee you the more people that do that, the better, most likely the better the public education will be because they want that money too.
You just have to stick to the rules that we just discussed previous about the charter thing.
Yep.
If you include, well, I guess if we're still talking about on a voucher system, go for it. Have fun. You cannot take away from federal and state classroom hour requirements per subject to replace
No,
them with your religious. If
no, but
religious
you can
is an
add,
extracurricular activity required by your school, have fun.
yep.
But you can't penalize anybody for opting out.
That's the reason I think the best alternative is the voucher. And in order to keep the money, the school has to keep the student. If they get expelled, the money goes bye bye as well.
Right. Yes. Like you said earlier, the money stays with the student.
Exactly.
And that was already that way when I was in grade or elementary school in California. That's why attendance was so important. They didn't care about anything else but attendance. 300 times a day. roll call, roll call, roll call. It's like being in prison.
It was. It was.
Because at the time, each student, the school got paid $45 per school day per student that was in attendance at the start of the day and the end of the day.
They don't care about the middle of just the beginning and
They
the
care
end.
all the way through. Because when did that kid go missing? Because that's when their money cuts off.
Yeah.
So that's why they didn't get no amount per year. It's day to day to day to day.
Well, I'm just saying the federal money comes once a year. And and you have to, the forms go home about October, and they have to be returned within 2 weeks because the money gets kicked out in late October, early November.
Yeah, and that's all
That's
in-state
federal.
intergovernmental reimbursements, and then the state piles it all up and ships it off to federal for a state reimbursement that might be 2 or 3 years behind. So when there were 8 or 9 months behind in 1981 and 82 when I remember having that discussion with a school administrator and the teachers.
Yeah.
I don't know why they were. Why are the school administrators sitting around telling one of their students about this stuff? Because that's what they sit around and talk about
2005, it wasn't months, it was weeks. Possibly because
here.
not electrified, but it became electronic, computerized.
Yeah, here, and it might be
Yeah.
faster and now, and electronics might play a role, but they're still months and months and months behind, and that all goes back to somewhere somebody don't stop letting the college students out of their debts. Federal government, and it looks like they're working on it, but get caught up on your reimbursements to the states and the locals, to the schools, and stomp the federal foot on the head of states that delay their local schools and school boards. Because the only way for the local school board, and that's how it is here in North Carolina, the local county is responsible for all that stuff, even though they must adhere to all the state rules.
Yeah.
So if the state just holds the money, the county has to go out and borrow money to keep paying their own teachers.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing that a lot of people don't get. This, and I'm talking at the school level, not the county level, not the state level, school level. Schools are constantly looking to raise money one way or another. That's the reason schools have grant boards or grant groups that go out looking for and writing grants so that the school can get some extra money, if nothing else, to buy calculators.
Yeah.
Because
Bake
not all,
sales. They have to have bake sales.
well, most of those are for the sports programs, but yes, bake sales, fruit sales, Christmas wrapping sales, candy sales, because there is not enough money at school level to go around.
And
I
all of that
mean,
gets corrupted.
it does.
But that's
I
all right.
mean,
I guess they get some of it. And North Carolina's the laughing stock because why did we legalize, semi legalize gambling in this state? Oh, it's called the North Carolina State Education Lottery.
and who gets what money comes out of it?
Yeah, they
The
still.
colleges. The
No,
colleges.
nobody gets any money. The vendors cost
No,
more than the cost of operations.
well, I'm just saying that the schools that get any money out of it are colleges. Screw that. Don't give it to the colleges. It needs to go to the lower educations, the
I thought
K
it was
through
meant
12,
for K-12.
but
But
they don't
anyway,
get it.
no,
I'm
they
just
don't
saying
get it.
they do. I've seen some of the expenditures. I think out of every dollar spent, the state gets a quarter.
Yeah, but I know what I'm talking about is the local K through 12s. They're not seeing that
No,
money.
no, they're not. The colleges, the universities, the UNC system, if anybody sees the money, they do. They are the ones that don't need it. The
No,
K through
just
12 needs it.
raise your fake tuition. Donald Trump will be out there in 4 years. You can get somebody to alleviate more fake debt. Don't worry about it. Gosh knows. I keep saying I won't go off on tangents, but there I
Well,
was angry at my government again for a minute.
we are exercising our freedom of speech or of the press because it's been recognized now by Donald Trump. This is a form of the press. We're
Well,
doing
when,
more editorial than anything, but we're informing, we're reading, we're documenting. This is a form of the press. So we're
right.
exercising the second sentence, abridge the freedom of speech and or the press.
We discussed it on our previous stream. I shared the links, and in our freedom of expressing, whether religious or just things we say, George chooses to credit President Trump. I choose to say,
Well,
oh, it was the Supreme Court thing when Joe Biden was still president.
I
But
was
the
referring to
case was against Joseph R. Biden, President of the United States.
I was making reference to his inviting YouTubers or influencers. We're not influencers yet, or
Yes, I am.
YouTube press. Technically, that's what we're doing. Is what the YouTube press would do, or the PBR, Public Broadcasting Service, PBS rather, public radio. We're doing that. We're attempting to educate and a little entertaining on the side.
It's all very entertaining to me. We're having fun.
Yes. So, like I said, we're exercise our freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Though we don't have true freedom of speech or freedom of press because of the algorithms on the channel in which we are broadcast. But
Well,
technically, we are broadcast.
this would be an absolute. Remember, these aren't the public airways we're talking over.
They're
This is
semi-public.
owned by private corporations. Their answer would be, as mine is, then let's have our government make a YouTube for all of us, citizenry and persons.
Oh
Any
no, because
people make a video uploading service for us where we can truly speak freely and not have to worry about the ever changing rules of private corporations based on whoever has political punch on them this week.
yeah. So I don't know about a YouTube service as a giant server paid for by taxpayer money, so anybody can upload within reason because freedom of speech is not free, it is limited. Can't utter you can't utter endangerments such
And
as you can't yell,
you can't do child nudie pics.
can't threaten people.
None of that. Of course, it would require moderation and government agent policing.
It would fall under the Federal Broadcasting Service. What is their initials?
It wouldn't fall under any of
The
it.
FCC. The FCC.
No, because
It'd fall
then
under the FCC.
no, we would have to re-review all these departments and divisions that were made 100 years ago for a specific technology.
Yeah, I'm
No,
just saying
just
what we're doing would fall under the FCC. The only difference is we're not putting it over a antenna airway. It's going via the internet in a sort of kind of a sealed system.
Yeah, it's just that would all just put it in a dumpster, make the video uploading people's social media platform. And then I guess all the big
I
boys
bet it
will
would grow.
either contract it so they can still make their money like YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden they'll become the preferred contractor because they own the platform,
Uh-huh.
but they would lose the ability to moderate by private rules.
Correct.
That way, if I let a G word or FU slip out fully spelled out, that's okay.
Yes.
It's my free speech. I can say whatever I want to.
Within reason.
I, I'm a reasonable person. I don't say
Kill
bad
X.
stuff.
Yeah, kill X.
Nope.
Kill all of X.
How many
Or
times have we been on this and I've said it repeatedly? Here, I'll say it again. Any of you who think violence is a solution,
go away.
yes, go away. Go get yourself fixed somehow. That's all I can say about it. You are not thinking straight. And I'm offering no ideas. Man, I volunteered on a. See, it is called what it is called, and always has been. But because of YouTube and Google, very. And I guess this goes to your question, Elizabeth. Can we ask YouTube anything? I've been asking for years for them to give me the list of no words. Somebody. That's a
Yes,
living
we need.
document. It's an ever changing and it's a case by case analysis. If
It's
I
like right
had
up there with.
5 million followers and was generating whatever $5 million worth of ad revenue to them a day, though they would let me say G word all I want to.
It's right up there with George Collins, the 7 dirty words you can't say on TV. We need the words you can't say on YouTube.
But if they wrote a definitive list, see if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. They're smart corporate people. YouTube and Google spend more on lawyers a month
A day.
than 3 million other regular U.S. working class people will see in their combined lifetimes. Yay for the lawyer biz. And all that adds up to, if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. If they wrote us a definitive list of you cannot say these words, then we could hold them to their feet to that fire when the big influencer level viral streamers say them all the time, hundreds of times a stream.
They sue YouTube when YouTube counsels them.
If you're big money for YouTube, you can get away with the red rums.
Well, part
If
of
you're
the
just
reason.
another 391 follower
Or,
squirt, they will stomp you out of existence to meet their moderation quotas.
right. One reason they don't stomp the big guys is because the bigger guys have money to hire their own lawyers to sue them under specific things.
Well, they have symbiosis. They all know
Oh yeah.
the big influencer streamers know they're getting special treatment.
Oh, well, yeah, and some of them, but I'm just saying some of them. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with some of them, but they've also have sued YouTube, such as Crowder, Louder with Crowder. That channel has been banned, shadow banned many times on off of YouTube, and each time they go and sue YouTube and win because they keep getting their channel back. And now they have far surpassed. I'm willing to bet they have far surpassed the mandatory ban for life quota. But they have money
Yep.
because they
It's
also
all
belong to
dollars
an.
and cents and negotiated agreements. Go watch several streams ago. I shared the Hickok 45 latest go around. We didn't realize, the new subcontractor had got a different set of algorithmics. Now that we realize it's you, everything got put back and there was some calculated reimbursements for the lost revenues.
Yeah.
But like I said, 400-ish followers or 4 million-ish followers. Yeah.
If there
That's
weren't
all.
issues, there wouldn't be other platforms cropping up.
Yep.
I don't know if we're allowed to mention the other platforms or not.
I would rather not.
Okay. Well, I mean, some of them are, paid for platforms. They're not free like YouTube or the other one I was getting ready to mention. They're, some YouTubers have gotten big enough where they can start their own for money. You buy a subscription
Yeah,
and watch
I don't
their
even
video.
mention, and I hear lots of the big boys talk about it, non-gender specific, big people, big streamers. But there's one that rhymes with witch, and there's one that rhymes with tumble. You guys figure it out. Go ask your favorite search engine, which should be
Well,
Google, who owns YouTube. Just saying. Go ask your favorite search engine. What's the video streaming platform that rhymes with witch? And
well,
what's the one that rhymes with tumble?
the one I was thinking about is just got started within this past year, and it's a 2-word channel that starts with back and fox.
Search it out yourself. I'm sure if you typed into your favorite search engine, uh, video hosting other than
Oh yeah,
YouTube, it'll give you, and Google don't care. Go
no,
ahead.
black
You'll be back. We know it.
Epper and fox, Epper and fox. I just had to remember. Oh no, it's called this,
Yeah.
and that's the one. And Brandon
Oh
and
man,
his
I just
friends.
thought, are we gonna, and I don't even remember it. It was like the girly thing, and all the girlies in the fifth and sixth grade would remember Pig Latin.
Yeah,
I don't even remember how it goes. What are you supposed to do? Add the,
I don't either. I always just thought that if you can't speak English to me, don't bother.
yeah, I don't remember. We'll have to learn Pig Latin to speak YouTube.
We already do that
We're
sometimes.
gonna call it Tube Latin.
Uh,
YouTube RE exec
like
stuff
when we
and
pew pews
SCOTUS
and
ruling last year, and what else did she say? A written list. I hope we answered that, Elizabeth. And it's very activating, at least to me, especially because I'm one of the ones that, you know, Zuckerberg's just about blamed everybody now. I can't wait for him to blame Jeff Bezos' wife's big breasts for sure for all the
oh,
disasters that are Facebook.
yeah.
He says, I apologize that so many of my employees were bad to you people. Now, get your arse back on my Facebook and buy yourself some VR goggles. No, thank you, Mark. No, thank you.
If he was really sorry, he'd fix
You
and
ain't
send out
fixing nothing.
apologies. I know. I'm just saying if he was really sorry, he'd fix it. One of the things he'd do is have a committee examine every single person he's ever kicked off of it and go, okay, let's send them we have their email. Let's send them an email inviting them back. I don't know if they'd come back, but invite them back.
Yeah. But oh well. In the meantime, I don't care what anybody says. They did whatever Joe Biden said when Joe Biden was in there. They did whatever Donald Trump said when Donald Trump was in there last time. Now they're doing Donald Trump again because America has American deficit disorder in every single way. That's what I say ADD stands for. American deficit disorder. We are deficient in all of our ways,
Yeah, we might
including
be, but
memory. Oh man.
oh yeah.
Can't anybody
And here,
remember last year when the Supreme Court ruling is what made Google and YouTube change their ways? No, no, no. It was Donald Trump. I don't care who made them change their ways. I'm going to keep living by the old rules. Because
well,
that
one
dude's
side
80
wants
years
to
old.
blame,
What happens if he kicks the busket?
yeah,
And
one side
J.D.
wants to
Vance decides there's new rules, like the old rules. Because he's a sellout.
one side wants to blame him, the other side, okay, you blame him, we'll give him credit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Both sides, though both sides know that's not how it came about. And certain news medias back one side or the other. The majority of the news medias are Bidenite.
It makes me laugh how they all kiss the ring.
Oh yeah.
Especially those.
And there's certain that don't kiss. They don't kiss the Trump ring, but they're still kissing the Biden butt.
Why have you forsaken us, Joe?
And it's,
I apologize, people.
I
I pick
mean,
on
look at,
Trumplicans equally. I really, really do.
well, I'll give an example. The View, Orange Man bad, everything Republicans do evil.
And yes,
They
yes,
try,
lefties, we know there's a new name for him. We choose to ignore it. Okay, the View. Orange Man bad.
right, and they have a possible Republican conservative or somebody on there, but look how often that person is changed out for another person to supposedly fix that quota of the panel of 5. And um Fox is just as bad. Fox at 5, which I sometimes watch, they have one lefty or liberal or a Democrat to argue against the other 4. And the only time they change, I didn't say the difference. The only time they change is they have multiples of them, and they change out at various times. Um, but they always have their core Democrats that they have on the panel. It's not like, oh, we don't like you, you're fired. We don't like you, you're fired. We don't like you, you're fired. No, this time we're going to have this person come on, and then in a couple weeks you'll be back on, and you'll be on for a few weeks or months, and then we'll have the other person come on. So they're a little bit more consistent is the only word I can think of. Whereas The only way I know how to describe the View are haters. They're Karens. And I hate using that expression, Karens. I'm gonna just stop using Karens and go haters
Yeah,
because
I
that's
mean,
what.
what is the leader of their planet view vio? What is the profession career of the leader of this group? Actor.
A comedian.
Actor.
Comedian.
You know
Well,
what?
mostly.
They
Yeah.
hired somebody to play that role to their paying
Well,
customers. It's a daily show.
two of them are actors.
Everybody there's an
One,
actor. No one's going to get up there and get
well, I
paid if they're
mean,
not going to
per,
do the
per,
show as written.
professionally, they're actors. One is supposedly an attorney. Maybe two might be an attorney. I don't know if any of them are broadcasters since Barbara Walter died, and it was her show. She was the producer of it, the money behind it. You know,
Barbara Wawa.
I could agree and disagree with many things. Mostly disagree with Barbara Walters, but I could respect her too. She stuck to her guns, and when she was proven wrong, she admitted she was wrong. These characters can't.
I'm aware, but you're just the way I look at it. You're blaming the
Yes.
girl in the drive-through window. It's a consumer-driven market.
Exactly.
If they
Well,
didn't,
I don't
if
blame them for doing it because
I do it,
they're entertaining
hey,
for somebody.
hey the view,
I don't watch them.
hey the view, for only whatever you pay the top of your command, because you're socialists. Remember, everybody's got to get paid equally in egalitarian style. So whatever you pay Whoopi, is she still the boss? I mean the lead character.
I think she is.
Okay,
She seems to be.
for
Her
whatever
and what's that other lady's name?
I don't know. I've
I'm trying to
never
remember her
seen it. I
name.
don't pay attention. My
Oh, it's another
missus
actress. It's another actress.
my missus
Um,
sends me links and says you need to watch this The View, and I say no.
well, I don't like talk shows for the most part. Period. Never have. I've watched some of them because occasionally they had something entertaining on or something I wanted to watch, and I'm going back way back in the Wayback Machine, way back to Donahue and before. Uh, did I watch Donahue all the time? No, couldn't stand him. But he
Hey,
had
The
some
View.
shows on that huh? Pardon me.
I'm typing notes. Go ahead, talk.
Uh, occasionally had guests on that had very entertaining and educational things, such as the lady, the chef lady from PBS. Um, the one that talked like this with the law, very big lady. I don't mean heavy. I mean she was a big lady, 6 foot, I think. But anyhow, she did a thing on preparing food for family trips. How to do this on the go. She showed how to make. I knew some of the stuff she did, but how to boil water for coffee in a wax cup. How to cook your hamburger while you drive by using your windshield and aluminum foil. As you're going on your trip, how to wash your clothes without having to spend money or time at a laundromat. Just by putting a bucket with some water in it and soap, put your clothes in the bucket, seal the bucket, put it in your trunk, and as you're driving, the motion in your car is agitating your clothes. Things that were not just useful, very practical for long trips, because it was the family trip season. And she showed some camping things, how to cook on camping wise. I found it great entertaining. Just like I can't remember the name of the show that, where they had John Lennon on. Okay. Did I watch the original parts of it? But I had to go to school. But we've had talk shows forever.
Oh yeah.
The one we talked about yesterday, Jack O'Lane. When it was the Jack O'Lane show, and he had his wife and his German Shepherd on. I watched more for the German Shepherd, but I found it entertaining. And as a little kid, I used to exercise with Jack O'Lane when he'd do his push-ups and his bicycles, and the upside down bicycle, and things of that nature. I had
Yeah.
respect for the man because at his age, the amount of physical activity or things that he could do, pulling in a boat with his teeth as he swims across the San Francisco Bay or something. I think was one of his tricks.
Oh yeah.
One of the things he did. Wasn't my preferred form of entertainment. I mean, but then again, I remember American. First, you had Bandstand right after the cartoons. Then it had Soul Train.
Soul Train was
When
awesome.
Soul Train came on, that's when I went outside. The occasion when it was raining or snowing, I'd watch Soul Train because there was nothing else on. Especially when you only have 3 channels.
I put my offer in writing on screen, and it'll be in the comment after this is over. Now I'm going to say it out loud. Hey, to view. After you fix everyone else's pay so all are equal and egalitarian, I'll be your orange man good guy that you can call me names and tell me I'm wrong. For equal pay.
You willing to go to New York for that
As
money?
long as I get the same pay as the top of that show, I'll sit there all day long saying, Orange man good, and they can say, you blah blah words that no one else can say but us, because we're right and we banned you from saying it, but that's for you, not for us. And you're wrong. And I'll say, oh, you're right. I was wrong. Thank you for correcting me. And then they'll say something else, and I'll say, Orange man good. And then they can fix me again. You just keep the. I need 6 months in advance also. At least 6 months in advance. So when you cancel culture me, I'm okay.
No, you need your first and last 6 months pay up front.
Yeah. All socialist and equal and egalitarian. Also fair. I swear I won't give any money to his campaigns or his businesses or anything else. Why? Because I have never. Okay, I may have gone into some kind of building that his name was over the door and he got royalties for it, but I don't care.
To my knowledge, I have never been on any Trump property.
Oh, I just discussed it with my missus the other day. I have to retract that statement. Yes, I did. Yes, I very did. And I think somebody gifted it to me, but I'll just say, because they could have gifted me anything else. When it was fresh and brand new, I ended up with a fresh and brand new copy of The Art of the Deal.
Okay.
And I read it all the way through. Because why not?
Well, I'm just saying, to my knowledge, I've never bought anything he sold or visited any of his properties. And when it came to election finances, I go, he got more money than I got.
Yeah. And he was sort of clear in some of his advertising. Only if you can really afford it.
Yeah, which I respect that statement. I couldn't afford it. But I have.
They needed money. He wasn't
I've
shy about that
never.
either. He says, we need money. He said, but only if you can.
I've
scared
never
or
given
really
to
afford it.
anybody. I've never given to anybody's political campaign. I'll give my voice, my opinion, not my money.
Yeah. And hey, if you
Yeah.
want two of us,
Oh
make
yeah.
room on the couch. Me and George will do it. What is it? 10, 20, $30 million a year each. We're good with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Hold my beer. I'll be right there. I
Yeah.
don't drink beer.
But I'm always going to be the foil. I'm always going to make a good excuse. Orange man good. I'll wear it on my
Uh,
uniform shirt. That's what my name tag will say. Orange man good.
we'll get bowling shirts made on the back. Team Orange Man Good.
And
Oh,
then I will always apologize, Mr. Trump, Mr. President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We're just funning. Please, sir, I think you have enough humor to understand.
I think he does too. Uh, I think Mr. Trump, not just Mr. President Trump, has enough sense of humor to understand.
He has pretty good humor, and sometimes his is far quicker than mine. Even at his slightly older than me age, slightly, barely.
It just
Not 46, 36. I gotta pee again. Let's take a break
all
right
right.
there while we're laughing. Orange man good. You heard it here.
Get put up bubbles.
Yep, I'm gonna. Oh no, I started working my way back from break, and when I unmuted the microphone, the hum is in the ear. Hold on. See, good thing I didn't write back yet. Hold the line, please. I fixed it. So tech talk moment that I'm not gonna log. I muted the microphone again, unplugged the earphones, and then plugged them right back in. Put it back out of mute mode into regular mode, and the hum was gone. It happens. I think it's my computer more than anything. And since we're not screen sharing in the Discord yet, oh no, back. My laptop isn't breathing heavy. I gave it a thorough cleaning before we did a 12-hour Sunday with a lot of screen sharing going on, and the fans did kick up a good bit. At one point, it was maybe half fan speed and volume as it had been just turning the daggone thing on and reading news headlines. Clean your computers, clean your cars, clean stuff. Clean and maintenance your stuff, including you. Maintain and buy new keyboards. And when they show up, thanks for buying our refurbished blah blah blah. Send them back. I'm having keyboard rage. My not even a month old keyboard is worse than my 3-year-old keyboard.
Yeah, when I buy refurbished, I want to know it's refurbished. That way I can make that decision up front.
Yes. I'm not saying who from where.
I'm saying from anywhere.
Yeah, I tried. They fibbed. I'm sure I could raise Cain and they would fix it for me and do something about it and give me a credit towards something else. But how much is my time worth? It's not like I spent $200 on a super duper.
That's where if I spend $1 on it and it doesn't work, and I have the ability to complain about it and see if I can get something done about it, I will.
Yeah, that reminds me, and we're just gonna. I hate to end early. I like to long streamers, but life got in the way. Started very late. And I didn't get my sandwich. It's sitting right here waiting for me. So we're just gonna have fun and games until we get done very soon, maybe 20-ish minutes. If that's
Okay.
okay with you, sir.
Yeah, I don't mind
Uh,
earning. We went.
We
12
covered the
hours,
topic. The only topic we had.
and we went a little extra.
We covered thoroughly. We had some more fun, and we're gonna have some more fun. We'll end out about 5 hours, I think. That'll be just past 11 p.m. my time. Good time to try to eat when I wanted to eat at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. I'm trying, body. I'm trying. There, see, my brain just froze on me. A light, fun, 20-ish last minutes. So sorry to cut it short. Winky
I'm
face.
hope,
Because,
I'm hoping we can get Elizabeth to be on when we do the last part of the First Amendment, and move on to the second. I hope we can get her for all the amendments, but
yeah, but we got to get back and finish the rest of the founding docs that come before is the Constitution. And I
Oh,
still don't
okay.
know the exact order. Should we be doing one of these dedicated without a show number specifically to our comments and reaction to the declaration? Or are we supposed to do individual little pieces and parts? We'll work that all out.
Well, this is my suggestion. Is I mean, other than the fact we didn't go to the very last part of the uh first one is to do amendment a show or an article a show, and there's at least 12 articles.
I think it's 7. I already started cutting up and
Oh yeah, excuse me, 7.
setting up
Uh,
the Constitution for different PDF documents and different reads into the.
they had the Roman numerals. I had my Roman numerals wrong. The first one being legislation branch, executive branch, judicial branch, states and citizenship in new states, amendment process, the debate, supremacy oath, religious test, and then the ratification.
And one of them, we'd already sent some emails back and forth. Like the last article is technical stuff where they added a comma here, or you got to put the word and over where they forgot to write the word and. So now you got to go to the bottom and go back to the top. Probably not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about, oh, the technicals,
Well,
the
the reason I
editing,
was
the
saying,
editor's notes.
yeah, one article per show, because let's say Article 1 has 10 sections.
Yeah, the first article about the Congress is longer than everything else combined.
Article,
That's definitely going to be one long show just talking about the Congress, the first
well, that,
article of the Constitution. I would
yeah,
think.
Article 1 legislation branch, yes. But I'm just saying that one has 10 sections to it.
Yeah, it
Section
is
1 being,
extremely long.
and of that, section 2 and 3 of Article 1 is like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why I said I need someone else to read these things in there.
We can
Some
take turns.
somebody volunteer. Dang it! Doesn't somebody want to have a credit on the internet for being a voice actor, unpaid?
And I'm just putting this out because certain section, parts of the section of the Article 1, at least looking at what I'm looking at, which is from the constitutionalcenter.org, they also have where it's highlighted, they may have reference to different amendments.
Yeah, I just take it straight from the original documents because we're doing the amendment separately.
Well, I'm just saying it has, okay, this little section is covered on, also covered under, say, amendment, the 13th and 14th amendment.
Dang it, it's still showing new. I got it up on screen. I spent very danger close to an hour or more today getting all the subtitles and CCs fixed on the next 4. It's not just reading in a machine. There is much work behind the scenes. It
Oh yeah.
requires much work. But see how this first one, and you'll have, I'm not sharing a screen, George, so you just have to wait.
Okay.
Part 1 of 5 shows CC under the bottom. I don't remember how long it took for me doing the work, but they're not new anymore. 2, 3, 4, 5 still say new under the bottom. And I
Yeah.
won't know until the new wears off if it's going to say CC or not. It doesn't say CC and new. Hey, there's another one to ask you too.
What does the CC stand?
Closed captioned.
Oh, okay.
For the hearing impaired. Dear YouTube, can
Section 1.
we have the new and CC? Somebody with a friend in the business upstairs at YouTube? Allah. Iconography, icons show up on our videos that we put the work in for subtitles and or CCs. Please. Or make it indicate anywhere else other than search results. Please, please, YouTube. Oh, now all of a sudden it's showing all on one screen. You can see at the top, part 1 of 5. That's the old one, done 3 weeks ago. CC. All these parts 2, 3, 4, and 5 were done today, but they still say new because they're only 6 days-ish old. I don't know how long it takes for new to fall off either. I guess I could ask the Google bar. I don't care to. But just so you know, Elizabeth, she's not responding in a long time. Maybe she went and had herself some supper. But so you know, Elizabeth, it is done. The CCs are done. I forgot to include the log of that in the email I sent out earlier today. Andy Griffith predicts Trump 6 years ago, 8 years ago. For real? I don't know. The internet said so. I guess he did. Yeah, so that's that. And there's nowhere else anywhere that I can find in my history, my videos, my watch, nothing. When I go to dashboard and videos and contents and analytics, I cannot find that CC stamp anywhere but in the search. So we'll see next couple days. Maybe I just have to stop being impatient and have a little trust or faith in the machines. I want instant gratification, YouTube. Do you hear me? Okay. Still not getting a response. Maybe we made her snore. Can you think of a movie that might last us 7 to 10 minutes, George?
I can't think of one that we could do that short of time, even when we don't.
Short version movie madness. I can think of one
Go for
from yesterday. What was the name of that movie with Johnny? John
it. Born to Ride.
Stamos.
Born to Ride.
Born to Ride.
Did you watch it?
No. Man, we did 12 hours of stream after I did hours of setup, and then you and I chatted for a while while I did all of the admin,
Yeah.
and then I had to eat, and then I had to wash my teeth. Guess, nope, I didn't watch anything. I
Okay.
didn't even turn anything on. I just closed the laptop, laid down, and snored.
Well, I went to the bed, laid down, and watched All Creatures Great and the newest. I love that book. I love those books.
Hey,
I
wait a
love the
minute.
original show.
You
And I
sure it
love
was
the original.
Born to Ride?
I believe so.
Born to Ride This ain't what we saw yesterday. I like this one better, George. Look, they've been reading my mind. Wait for it.
What was it? What was the title then?
I don't know. Thank you, IMDb. Thank you,
You might have to
somebody.
type in John Stamos, Born to
Is
Ride.
this coincidence? Check out that outfit.
That's,
Not Born to Ride 2011. Though, I don't know. I might could look at pictures of that one for a while. I'm not going to look at any pictures. I'm going to go back and type in the search. Sorry, people. You know where to find it. There it is. Look it up yourself. The trailer almost looks the same. John Stamos. I am the. All
yeah,
right.
Born to Ride, 1991.
Oh, not the
Wow,
John Stamos.
what's the quinky dinks on that? Having two like that?
Yeah, it didn't show it to us yesterday,
No, it didn't.
but today, after 12 hours of me talking about, it was the last hour-ish or 2 hours where I was talking about Smallville and all the low-cut jeans and the high-cut shirts and the midriff showing.
Yeah.
AI is listening. No, it's just coincidence. It's just you're doing confirmation bias. Way back in the 90s, scrolling.
91.
Born to Ride, 5.1, 1991. Here we go.
That's fair.
Yes, Born to Ride, 1991 edition.
Very G-rated, in my opinion.
Well, as long as they got John Stamos' abs showing. Oh, this doesn't even have any pictures. That's good. That's good. It's very clean. It does have a picture of the lady in the lake. But she's getting a snuggle from John Stamos. Can you blame her? Look at her.
Yeah.
They're both so beautiful together. They make a magnificent couple. Without them together, their Indian motorcycle, that's his real name, not a slur, is nothing. Without Indian motorcycle,
In
they
fact, I
are
think the
nothing.
one he's riding, it was called an Indian Chief.
Big, big pictures. Big pictures. Oh, they look so pretty. Whoever Terry Polo is and John Stamos are, they're so handsome. They're a handsome couple. They're lovelies. They're everything. Look at them. We'll leave them on screen for a minute.
He's out. Boy, you're out of uniform and you need a haircut.
Did you mean her?
No, I meant him.
Oh, is that something they said in the movie?
No, that's what someone would have said to him.
Oh, yeah. And why is your
You ain't getting
shirt?
away.
Why is
I
your
don't care
shirt
what
unbuttoned
uniform
by
he is.
down there?
Other than if he's posing as a altered male to female, would get away with that hair.
And she does have a clothing on. You can see her strap over her shoulder. Him? I don't know. He don't have no strap over his shoulder. Use your imaginations. That is the world famous John Stamos. I don't know who that lady is. We didn't look her up yesterday. We might look her up in a minute because there's not a whole lot of stuff to
His hair in that
scroll
movie.
and troll. She has full length, some kind of shorts or pants on under there.
Probably.
You can see through the water.
His hair in that picture was longer than my wife's hair was in basic training.
Yep.
His hair is too long.
It's
Or in the British, we'd call it, you need to get a haircut. It'll make you feel better.
get a haircut, boy. Look at that smiley face. He's like, I ditched her. No, I'm just kidding. He's on his way to her. He saw her on the horizon. I was rude. I was misogynistic. What are all the zombies doing standing in the background?
They're trying to catch him. Oh,
Well,
those are bayonet. Those things in the background, they're bayonet targets.
they look like zombies. It reminded me of a zombie movie when they just wander around the
They're
field.
no, they're supposed to be. I think either shooting or bayonet dummies.
Hmm.
Probably bayonet dummies, because I doubt if he'd ride his motorcycle in the middle of a shooting range. He might, but I doubt it.
Drama faves. Oh, look at that face. Award.
And because he makes a fool out of those MPs is the reason he got sort of kind of drafted in the army, and they told him he's going to teach them on how to ride.
Give him the John Stamos 1991 award for the best John Stamos face. How you like that? I just made up.
Personally,
Oh,
I
there
think
he's in uniform.
if you're going to play a soldier in the military, get a haircut. All you actors got to get a haircut.
Not John
Otherwise, you
Stamos
don't get
in
the role.
1991.
I'm talking about then, now.
Yeah, remember, it's a commercial thing. They're selling this to a lot of clutchy fingered, batty eyelashes, young girls of all ages. There he goes again. Give him another one. John Stamos, 1991 .2 award for John Stamos face. He was born to break the rules. Reminds me of a Johnny Thunder song. Baby, I'm born to lose. Something was on fire. Is that his motorcycle on fire? Somebody's motorcycle got on fire. They had stunts in this movie, did they not? Or is this just back cover photo art to lure you in? And it never happened in the movie?
I think it was a crash and it got blown up, or it was one of the worst battle scenes. I think I don't remember.
Well,
It's been over 20, 30 years since I've seen it. I saw it in 1991.
same photo. Sort of the same cover, different font. What's different there? Darker colors, more filtering, more words at the
This is
bottom.
your sandwich. You need to eat me.
But they're so handsome. They're so pretty. I could just look at them for a long time. Look at the grass. Grass is so pretty. We do. We're in a couple of minutes over 5. Should we just take a quick peek and put her on a future list? Who is this lady? Who she allowed John Stamos to put his silly
Terry
little self
Polo.
into her hands.
According to that, her name is Terry Polo.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I left you in the lag. You don't have the screen share.
Oh,
Born in Dover, Delaware. Yada yada yada. There's a good number of pictures of her. We're not getting into that.
oh, she's been in many things.
Oh,
No,
she
that's
has.
a
She was in Meet the Parents. I've seen that. Meet the Fockers. I've seen that. The Arrival. I've seen that. It was okay. I've never seen Little Fockers. Still working.
well. I'm on
Very busy
Discord if you want.
2024. No, I said I didn't set up the screen share. I'm not clicking on it.
Okay.
Man, this is a working actor. Whatever she goes by. We'll dig into that next time. I say, and then I start eyeballing, have I seen any of this? Have I seen it? Just go back. Go back. Go back. There we go. That's the only thing you need to see. Without her, John Stamos is nothing. Without John Stamos, she is nothing.
I remember Northern Exposure. Didn't watch them all, but I watched a couple of them.
Elizabeth said our friend Kathy used to call and say, "Want a ride?" We would borrow her brother's Indian Scout. It was too heavy for either of us to start or hold up alone, so we would get it done and go off riding. We managed to never wreck it. Good job. For a time in all of our young lives, we were born to ride. Yeah.
My father-in-law, who taught me how to ride motorcycle, he says, if you come off the bike, just tuck and roll. And one time I laid the bike down, and I tucked and rolled. He says, I've never seen that before. When you tuck and roll, you rolled all the way across the street. I said, you said tuck and roll. So I just went with it.
Oh.
He also learned if he's going to ride bitch, never blindfold himself. I said duck, he didn't, and he caught a branch right just below the helmet line. And nearly snapped his neck.
Did I say Born to Riding, 1991, West into the Sunset. That means, translated into English, winding this down.
Happy trails to you.
Deeter.
Again.
See, I did the other part.
Okay, I love Roy Rogers. I'm sorry. The funniest time is when it wasn't funny. It was weird. I and some friends were up on the mountain when we learned that Roy Rogers had passed, and we're talking 3 grown men, 2 of them practically double my age, were shedding tears because Roy Rogers had passed away. Because as we all said, it was like watching your childhood die. Because we all grew up watching Roy Rogers.
Live starting. Man, I really wrote that like a bum in chat. I can say that about myself. Hopefully a longer live starting earlier, tomorrow. Gotta have them Oxford commas, them spare commas, those congressional founding document. Put extra commas in. Elizabeth said, good night. There's a Happy Trails Road near here. It leads to the old ranch. I met the last land keeper. He had his last of the cowboy church pastors as well. Good night. And thanks for helping us with the kooky law stuff and all that stuff. We can use most of this. Just clip it with screen things, timings or whatever.
Yeah.
When we get horses and carts on the same roads again.
Yeah.
Let me make a note. Or never mind. I'm not gonna write it down. We're gonna let it fly without We'll exit out on the beauty people on the screen.
Beep, beep, beep.
But just remind me another time if I say, let's play photo crawl and career crawl on an actor. Remind me, Born to Ride lady, Terry Polo.
Okay.
I won't remember her name, but I'll remember that. You know, the lady on the motorcycle with John Stamos. Well, what you think? Did we get it?
Yep. You want to end it?
Yes, I need to eat and sleep and all that. So we are going to wind it down and mainstream shut off in 5, 4, 3.